Welcome to the San Ramon Valley Unified School District Board of Education. We want to let the public know that we are video recording this meeting. The recording is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. So let's start with attendance. Anya?
Hi, everyone. My name is Anya Iapun. I'm serving as the student representative for SRVUSD. It's wonderful to be here.
Good evening. I'm Rachel Hurd and I represent Trustee Area 5.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jesse Van Zee and I'm trustee for Area 1.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming out tonight. I'm Susanna Ordway and I'm representing Area 4.
Hi, everybody. I'm Shelley Clark and I represent Area 2.
I'm Laura Bratt and I represent Area 3. All right, we'll next do the Pledge of Allegiance. Anya, can you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so tonight we begin our meeting as we always do by recognizing the students. SRVUSD students are talented and creative, and opening our meeting with student recognition is a welcome reminder of why we do what we do, to educate and support the children in our community so that they can thrive. As March is Arts Education Month, we are pleased to celebrate the accomplishments and resilience of our talented students. With us tonight, representing the Monte Vista dance team, are seniors McKenna Kelly, Alexa Haley, Ashley Weinstein, Zoe Bedjet, Madeline Pack, and their coach, Ryan Siegel. The team recently competed at the LA Dance Magic Regional Competition, a competition that draws dancers from across Northern California. Our Monte Vista dancers earned a double platinum score and placed first overall in the senior contemporary division for their piece Young and Beautiful. The team also earned a platinum score and second place in the senior jazz division. Out of the nearly 600 entries during the 3-day competition, the Monte Vista team was named top 10. They were also invited to perform in the faculty show amongst professional dancers. It was a huge achievement and exciting start to their inaugural competition year. In addition to being integral to the team's success, McKenna, Alexa, Ashley, and Madeline were also honored in the LA Dance Magic Scholarship Program for the weekend. Alexa received the Industry Ready Shout Out Award, acknowledging her career readiness in both talent and discipline. Congratulations to you and the whole Monte Vista dance team, as well as their coach, Miss Siegel. Next, we are recognizing a very talented San Ramon Valley High School theater student, Christy Davis. Not only is Christy a very talented artist, she is also a model of resiliency. During rehearsals at the school production of Mean Girls, which I doubt she's very mean, but Christy injured her knee. Despite having surgery, she personified the phrase, "the show must go on." She did a fantastic job adjusting her role and performed it seamlessly in a wheelchair. Talk about overcoming adversity. In addition to having a beautiful voice and great comedic timing, her theater teacher, Miss Thirlwall, describes Christy as very talented and a gem inside and out. We are proud to celebrate Christy tonight. And if Miss Thirlwall is in attendance, we'd love to see her in the picture as well. Our last student recognition this evening is the mock trial team from Cal High. Represented by Captains Avery Cross and Arav Menjunath, seniors and juniors, Ananya, Arun, and Billy Pigot. Last month, the Cal High mock trial team won the Contra Costa County Championship for the 7th straight year. And they qualified for the state finals, obviously, because they win all the time. Mock trial prepares, educates, and empowers students to become future leaders by engaging them in hands-on learning opportunities in Contra Costa. It is a unique partnership between student experience and the court system. The Cal High team is led by teacher coach Brian Barr, who I believe is up here as well, and the assistance of 2 professional attorneys, Larry Lowe and Ken Mifsud, who serve as attorney coaches. We are grateful for the time they commit to serving our students and are so proud of the wonderful achievements of the team. We wish them well at the state finals in Los Angeles later this month. Every time we bring students up, I just feel like our future is so bright, you know, when we see these amazing students. All right, so next we move on to staff recognition, our Teachers of the Year. We are very excited to share that we have identified 2 candidates for Teacher of the Year for 23-24. One candidate will be representing the elementary grades and one candidate will represent secondary grades. Our elementary candidate is Christy Candelare. A 2-3 combination teacher at John Baldwin Elementary. She began her teaching career in SRVUSD in 2003. Christy is respected for being a dynamic and engaging teacher. She has developed a strong rapport with her class with the use of cultural and linguistically responsive teaching strategies. She also relates to her students' personal interests and hobbies, as well as incorporates her personality and humor into her daily lessons and interactions. Looking at the walls of her classroom, you will find student work being highlighted and celebrated, in addition to a variety of charts emphasizing the most recent reading, writing, and math skills that have been practiced as a class. Parents often share how much they appreciate Christy's dedication to her students' learning, including time that she has provided before or after school to provide intervention and the personal attention she gives each child. Christy has played an integral role in developing student learning at John Baldwin. She has been an active member of the district's Literacy Phonics Implementation Committee, as well as supporting the implementation of the new report card. During this time, she has facilitated staff meetings on dyslexia, phonemic awareness, and literacy assessments. She has also helped to construct a student assessment binder as a teacher resource to further identify student reading needs. As part of the school intervention program, Christy delivers Tier 3 structured literacy instruction in class during banded times and via BASI intervention for students who have been identified to have phonological and phonetic needs. She has also served as a member of the site math committee. She has facilitated staff training by demonstrating strategies from summer institutes and follow-up sessions hosted by the Silicon Valley Math Initiative. In addition, Christy has attended LETRS training and works with her colleagues to establish essential standards, create universal screeners, and formative assessments, collect data using shared documents, and help implement targeted intervention programs for students below, at, and above grade level standard. Further, Christy has been a member of the district's dyslexia think tank and literacy pathways committees. The secondary candidate is Tori Whitty, an SDC teacher at Iron Horse Middle School. She consistently goes above and beyond to support the diverse learning needs of all her students, as well as provide support for their parents. She conducts varied learning activities daily to facilitate each student's individualized learning plan. Students are challenged to demonstrate a targeted skill, which is instantly rewarded using their token boards. She ensures that each child's efforts are reinforced by highly motivating outcomes. Her ability to manage this individualized instruction and teach her revolving group of support staff members to do the same has had a positive impact on the academic progress and overall confidence of her students. What sets Tori apart is her thoughtful and caring approach to teaching. She takes the time to build strong relationships with her students, getting to know them on a personal level and understanding their unique strengths and challenges. This allows her to create a positive and inclusive classroom environment where every student feels valued and supported. The structure and continuity she provides helps her students feel safe. Students demonstrate skills in her classroom that transfer to the home, resulting in parents singing her praises when their child comes home exhibiting a new skill, such as nonverbal student demonstrating the ability to use their AAC device to make requests of their parents for the first time. Tori's compassion and empathy have not only nurtured learning in her students, but have also allowed them to demonstrate marked growth. Tori has also made significant contributions to her school community. She is known for her willingness to collaborate with colleagues and share her expertise. She regularly leads professional development sessions for her classroom staff, where she shares strategies for effective special education instruction and ensures that all her classroom staff members are equipped to support the diverse learning needs of the students in her class. Furthermore, she has played an active role in her school's special education team, volunteering her time and skills to provide input to teachers and staff members outside of her classroom. Parents and staff alike have benefited from her advice on how to achieve specific goals with students to modify their behavior. Tori's ability to look at a student objectively, identify their strengths and needs, to deliver sound advice on how to support a student successfully is phenomenal, whether it is how to get a student to attend in class or to complete an assignment. All right, next we want to share staff recognition from the Association of California School Administrators. The SRVUSD administrators below, or that I'm going to be listing, received awards given by ACSA Region 6 Diablo Valley Charter. So first up is Secondary Principal of the Year, Lindsay Castellano, Principal of Alternative Education at Venture and Delamigo. We have Elementary Principal of the Year, Gerard Gagnon, sorry. And I even had it spelled phonetically so I would get it right, and I didn't. Principal of Neil Armstrong Elementary School. Central Office, Central Office Administrator of the Year, Alana Samuels, Director of Communications and Community Relations. Secondary Co-Administrator of the Year, Mona Keeler, who I did see here. Assistant Principal at Iron Horse Middle School. Elementary Co-Administrator of the Year, Kelsey Locher. Assistant Principal at Bollinger Canyon Elementary. Special Education Administrator of the Year, Kate Nolda, Assistant Director of Special Education. And Retired Administrator of the Year, Janet Terranova, former SRVUSD Administrator, retired as Principal of Monte Vista High School. So next we'll do a report of actions taken in closed session. So this evening, the board voted 5-0 to appoint Jill Nahn as Assistant Principal at Doherty Valley High School effective on a date to be determined. So next is acceptance of minutes. May I have a motion to accept the revised minutes from the February 20th, 2024 meeting?
So moved.
I'll second.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Sorry, excuse me. May I have a motion to accept the minutes from the February 26th, 2024 workshop?
So moved.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Clark and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan was not with us that day. Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
All right, and last, we had a lot of meetings in the last week. Last, may I have a motion to accept the revised minutes from the February 26th, 2024 special board meeting?
I move that we accept the revised minutes from the February 26th special board meeting.
Were those ones revised?
Revise.
Okay. Aye.
Did you second it?
Oh, second. Yes.
Thank you. The motion was made by Board Member Van Zee and seconded by Board Member Hurd. Roll call vote. Again, Student Board Member Iapan was not with us. Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Great. Moving on to agenda approval. May I have a motion to accept the agenda for this evening?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Ordway and seconded by Board Member Clark. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd,
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee,
Aye.
Board Member Ordway,
Aye.
Board Member Clark,
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Great. Moving on to consent agenda approval. Consent items are considered routine in nature and are approved by combining them into a single vote. Only a member of the board may request that a consent item be removed from the consent agenda to be considered and voted on separately. The public may comment on a consent item before the board approves the consent agenda. So I don't believe we have any public comment for consent items. Does anyone on the board want to pull anything or have any questions? Nope. Can I get a
I'll
motion?
move approval of consent as presented.
I'll second.
The motion was made by Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan,
Aye.
Board Member Hurd,
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee,
Aye.
Board Member Ordway,
Aye.
Board Member Clark,
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Cindy. I'd like to provide some information about community engagement during the board's public meeting. If you would like to make a comment during the meeting, you can find yellow speaker cards on the table by the door back there. Please speak to a staff member if you have any questions. You will have an opportunity to make a comment on agendized items when we come to that item. For comments on items not on the agenda, please wait until we come to non-agenda public comment on our agenda. Each speaker has a time limit of 3 minutes with a timer shown on the screen while you are speaking. The time limit will be enforced to ensure fairness for all. Please be aware that we may interrupt you and redirect you to the correct time to speak if your comment relates to a different agendized item or if it is not within our jurisdiction. The president reserves the right to announce a last call for speaker card submissions. And for this meeting, I would ask that you please have your speaker card submitted when public comment begins for the agenda item you'd like to comment on. The views expressed during public comment are those of the individual speaker. The absence of a response from the board or district staff does not imply agreement. The district believes in an inclusive, welcoming, and safe environment for its meetings for all of our community. Please be mindful that students are in the room and watching virtually. We are all here to support them and to support their educational experience. Thank you for joining us tonight, both in person and virtually. We very much appreciate your engagement. So let's move on to reports to the board. 10-1, school highlight, Stone Valley Middle School. So that's Principal Justin White.
Hello. Hello, I'm Justin White, principal of Stone Valley Middle School. First, I'd like to thank the board for allowing me the opportunity to showcase our amazing school. I will say that the first iteration I did of this presentation was probably about 35 minutes long. So, don't worry, we cut it down. But we had to cut it down because it was very difficult to be very specific about things, and everything we're going to go over is just a celebration of our staff and everybody that works so hard at Stone Valley with our amazing students. So that's what you're going to see. All right. Yes. Now? That's a first. All right, perfect. Thank you. All right. So to start off, we have our Stone Valley Garden Project. This has been in the works for about 3 years. And ever since we got our school built, this was a very big focus for us. And it took a lot of moving heaven and earth. Okay, I didn't do that on purpose. I didn't. But for this, what we did is we finally got in there and we got everything the way we wanted it. We had our teacher who is our environmental science teacher, who is also our foods teacher, and she had a landscape company at one point. So she helped design the entire thing. Our first one had a brick oven in it and all these other things, but we ended up with a very, very nice garden. And my biggest thing was we wanted someone who was going to take care of it for the long haul. And so our students now get to work it, that they plan everything they do, that from planting to cultivating and harvesting. The best part about it is they bring what they're doing out there with their hands in the soil. They take that all the way into their environmental science class and their foods classes to actually use what they've harvested to make food. So it's really cross content with about 3 different classes, which is something that we wanted from the very beginning. It also supports student health and wellness as you get into our 21st century learning class as well, which also crosses into this. Students learning about green careers and also how to have a green city And we involved it with things we were doing inside our foods and environmental science classes as well. So you can see how much those plants are flourishing. We actually sold all of those as a fundraiser and they went very quickly. So we can't do that fast enough, but our families were very excited and our students were excited to be able to sell these. Okay, so another big focus for Stone Valley, we really talk about having student voice. We have a lot of very small groups that we bring in. That's become a bigger group. So we start off with surveys where we just get students to respond to what their biggest concerns are at Stone Valley. But then we started taking it to the next step in the last 2 to 3 years. We bring in anywhere from, I'd say, 15 to 30 students, depending on what we're discussing. And we go from what they said on a survey to now they're getting to discuss and collaborate about it with our student senators leading. And that's what you see in one of the pictures there. The smaller group is yet another focus group about something very different, but we're having discussions. And the biggest piece of this is they get to see that not only are we going to listen to their ideas, but we're actually going to sit and not talk and just listen to everything they're saying. I don't think that middle schoolers feel like they get heard enough. And so we listen, and then we don't just go there, we go to what's our action steps now. And then they see their strength of their student voice actually makes things happen on our campus. And it starts with them. So we took it all the way through, and this has become a very popular thing that we do, and we honestly can't do enough of them. Our service learning is a big focus at Stone Valley. We have a relationship with the Mosey School that's down the street. And we've had this relationship with them and a partnership really for about 6 years, minus a couple for COVID, but we got right back into it this year to where our students sign up to actually go over and have a partnership where they're reading, they're doing activities with students with severe disabilities. But before they do all this, we have a big access class that you have to attend if you're interested as a sort of training. And we watch videos and we discuss what the purpose is of why we have this kind of a partnership and why it's special. We had about 85 students show up for that. It was huge. And so now we have a list of students that once they get there, we always talk afterwards. They say, you know, what their initial feelings were is they were nervous, scared, didn't know what to do. By the time we leave, they're wondering why we're leaving so soon and they want to get back on. But there's so many students signed up to do it every week because we have about 8 to 10 that go over with parents. And we also have rotating staff members. That relationship with Mosey School has been wonderful to reignite that. And so we're going to continue doing that for the rest of the year and going into next year. Also, we have our band go and perform over there consistently, and it's always on special occasions. So that's always a special treat as well. And these are some of the pictures of what we were doing just last week. In our core classes, fishbowl learning is one of those things that I think other schools do it as well, but the way that we have done it, I think really digs in with allowing students to really break down complex character development and story arcs and show how insightful they are with very complex storylines. And so what they do here is they share ideas and they actually learn. This is why our focus groups work so well. They learn to build off the ideas of others, and that is circulated throughout. This is something that's good in any classroom. But when you're talking about core novels and very in-depth thought on those, for them to hear each other's thoughts and be able to build on that is something that we think is super valuable at school, and it prepares them for high school in ways that they're not even knowing that they're going to be yet, because when they get to high school, they're going to be doing a lot of this. So they're breaking down text, and sometimes it's expository reading and writing. Other times it's fiction. Really doesn't matter. It's just that their ideas are important and they back it up with claim, evidence, and reasoning. All right. Building thinking classrooms. I know I'm going through a lot of this, but there's a lot of things that we do. So this is a new way that we're teaching math. When we started doing this at the beginning of the year, they said, we really want to jump into this, our math department. I didn't realize how many whiteboards we were going to need. So for something like this, I know exactly how much they cost. They're super expensive, but they go all the way around the classroom. And there's a reason for that. It's the way that students go around in randomized small groups while they work through multiple problems. We did this on the very first day of school, and students were already jumping in on this. It engages them in a way that doesn't give them the answers, but allows them to think critically through problems. And that's what we want them to do, because they may forget the rote memory of things they learn in math. They will not forget how they learn to work through specific problems together. So they do it together. And when the teacher comes around, they're there for anywhere from 15 to 20 seconds, not too long, because students want you to rescue them in these moments. All they do is ask more questions. They'll ask them to think about it in a different way, and then they get out of there. And that has really shown that students have engaged. And every time you go into a classroom where this is happening, you can just feel the buzz as soon as you walk in the classroom. So we have a lot of whiteboards, and every single one of them is getting used every day. All right. Going into community and social emotional learning. So this is perfect because we're getting ready to do this next week. We have someone named Donovan Taylor Hall, who we found about a year and a half ago-ish, and he came out. And what we believe in is we want to do something that is a week or longer, so students really hear the message, and we actually get to have something that has follow through. So the big focus when he's there, and he'll be there next week, is that we do student self-talk and self-compassion, because our students are letting us know that their internal dialogue for themselves is not good a lot of times, no matter what they tell us. So when we had these meetings and they really shared out in a way that just kind of let their hair down and said, look, this is how we really feel. This is how we really want to express ourselves. This is how I talk to myself. And it was all ranges of students. And so we thought that Donovan would be perfect for this. And we could not have imagined how great that a marriage would be between him and our school. So we do a full week. We're getting ready to do it again. And we've involved a huge parent piece this time, where we're going to have our parents come in, and we're going to encourage them to bring their kids with them when we talk about all of this, because one of the biggest issues that we have in middle school is our students start that thing where they don't really talk to us as much, which is kind of a bummer. I'm experiencing it right now as well. It's very short answers, and they're just trying to figure things out. This is one of those things that will hopefully open up that dialogue for all of us in our community. So we're looking forward to this because it helps deal with anxiety, stress, and self-image. And our students responded extremely well to it, and they're very excited that he's going to be back this year. Okay, so I'm going to finish up with this slide. If you have never experienced a Stone Valley Middle School field day, your first time, I'm jealous if you get to see it, because it is shocking how amazing this whole week is. It's like a homecoming that starts on a Monday and has a culminating event on Friday. This is all about celebrating our kids, celebrating our learning community, which is our families get very involved with this as well, and our staff. Everybody gets involved in this. So there's class competitions. It brings our school together with individual class competitions, which get very intense, that happen all week long. Okay, and so during that, we'll have themes for each day. And then when you get to Friday, that's the big competition where the whole school is decorated. You see how people arrive to school behind you there. It is like a homecoming parade, and every grade level has its own color. Sixth grade is all yellow, seventh grade is blue, and eighth grade is pink. And I'm telling you, it is a sea of all three of these colors, and it's a lot of energy for this day. But we have competitions that go into a carnival of a celebration of everything that we do throughout the year, because this is near the end of the school year. And then we weigh everything out and see who the winner is. It gets very intense. Laura Finko used to do the weighing out for us every now and then. So it was actually pretty involved, and our students look forward to it all year long. So this is our big culminating event that takes about 20 teachers to plan for about 2 months. So thank you very much. That is Stone Valley.
Thank you. Thank you, Principal White. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions, but I just want to thank you for a great presentation. It's impossible to pick which one of those highlights you talked about that was the most highlighted. They were all just fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. Your enthusiasm is contagious. I mean, I can't help but look at this and not be excited that a couple of my kids are going to get to go there next year too. So you're welcome, and I'm sorry.
I love that you're actually developing and preparing a whole person, right? Whole child, because I mean, your fishbowl learning. It's really Socratic method of discussion, and that they will take that by the time they go to high school and then even college or after, wherever in their careers and stuff. I mean, they're learning skills that they can communicate and collaborate with others on, on one topic or thing. So I love that. And I also with learning, helping them not only academically, but to learn the coping methods of stress, dealing with stress and anxiety, which we know preteens and teens go through. And it's kind of sometimes like, as you say, it's really hard to know, how they need help, right? So thank you for all that.
So I'm with Rachel. So many of the things you talked about are so amazing and unique to your school. But one of the things that really stood out to me was the internal dialogue, talking to kids about what their head says to them and letting them know that sometimes that's not a safe neighborhood and we need to have ways to be able to counteract that and to realize that those are feelings, but they're not facts and they don't have to rule your life. And that is such a powerful tool that I wish I had had when I was that age. So kudos to you and to your staff for bringing that awareness to them so they have the tools as they move forward into high school and college to be able to cope with that voice in their head, because that's one of the most important voices that they're going to hear. So thank you.
I just wanted to say that I think the work that you're doing with Student Voice is amazing. Those focus groups that you're holding and really starting that dialogue, I think that's great. And I think you also mentioned that the student senators are also involved in that process as well, which I think is wonderful. The insight that they get to bring and share with their peers. And the work you're doing on social emotional well-being, because I mean, we have our counselors, we have these support systems, but students need to ultimately feel comfortable opening up and know that that's okay. So I think the work that you're doing at the middle school level is just going to carry on into high school and through their lives. And I think that's so important. So it was wonderful to see this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anya. Yeah, to Anya's point, middle school we know is oftentimes a pretty transformational time for kids. I know it was for me. And knowing that the support at your school site is allowing students to discover themselves and learn to love learning with the different, the thinking classrooms and those types of things. So thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
So next we'll move on to 10.2 resolutions. So at each regular meeting, we recognize our board resolutions for the following month. While it is early March, we are presenting our April resolutions: School Library Month, Volunteer Appreciation Week, Environmental Week, and the Day of Silence. As a single agenda item, the public will have the opportunity to make one 3-minute comment after all 4 resolutions are presented. So we'll start with the School Library Month and Executive Director of Instruction, Debbie Pettish, and it looks like 2 of our teacher librarians.
Good evening, trustees. First of all, I would like to thank you for having us here to celebrate School Library Month. It is my absolute pleasure, and truly one of the highlights of my job to work with our teacher librarians at our middle schools and high schools. Our libraries are truly the hub of our schools. These teacher librarians are absolutely amazing at weaving our strategic directions into basically everything we do, not only in the library, but at our school sites as a whole. And it's really, truly amazing. So I'm going to turn it over to our 2 lead teacher librarians who are absolutely amazing. Lauren Dowd is from Diablo Vista Middle School, and then Alicia Martin from Iron Horse Middle School. And they will talk to you about School Library Month.
Well, thank you so much. So we thought that we would start our presentation with a quote that we've selected from former First Lady Laura Bush that highlights the impact of libraries. So she states, "Libraries allow children to ask questions about the world and find the answers. And the wonderful thing is that once a child learns to use a library, the doors to learning are always open."
And this connects well with the ongoing theme our teacher librarian team has selected to just center our library programs. And that is empowering minds and inspiring growth through developing inquiry skills and cultivating a love of reading. So we wanted to start with the cultivation of a love of reading and recognize that that really begins with curating strong collections. So each of our teacher librarians curate a collection that fits the needs of the students at their own school site and make sure that that collection is well-rounded while leveraging our stewardship of resources.
And of course, as teacher librarians, we love stats. So we are really excited that we are exceeding some of our numbers from last year. So you can see that we are projected to reach over 140,000 checkouts. And also for Sora, our stats are climbing as well. So with the support of our district, we were able to implement this ebook and audiobook app during COVID. And our teacher librarian team is continuously expanding our Sora collection, which has led to increased usage. So in the past year alone, we have reached over 61,000 hours of reading from our students. So Sora also allows our libraries to be accessible to students outside of school hours. So summer vacations and breaks and weekends and nights, Sora is always available to them.
And beyond the stats, we just wanted to highlight that our students have really positive things to say about our collections. A few of the trends we noticed are some students are always just like surprised about the currency. Things like, you got that book already, or do you stand in line in the bookstore waiting for it to open? And students are also appreciating the diversity of our collections, and students are recognizing that every author and character is unique. And so the power in having a wide array of stories available to our readers is appreciated.
And in addition to our ongoing theme, we set 2 goals this year that align with our district's strategic directions. So our first goal was establishing a library advisory board at each of our sites. And so each board is committed to meeting 3 times this school year to promote shared leadership and foster a culture of responsiveness. So at our meetings, it's a platform for students to provide us input on so many things, but you'll see in one of the pictures on the top, a diversity audit is happening where students are providing feedback on our collections. And the bottom picture is students providing feedback in small groups to enhance a library space. So we have really appreciated across all our sites having these library boards. It's given our library programs authenticity and student voice and buy-in. So it's been a huge success this year.
And our second goal is to be developing an inquiry scope and sequence curriculum that will foster deep learning and innovation. Currently, we are outlining a progression of essential literacy skills that fall under the umbrella of information literacy, and this will encompass students in grades 6 to 12. The goal and design of our inquiry scope and sequence is based on our model school library standards that are from the state, and then the American Association of School Libraries that are the national standards. And our hope is that we're providing students with strong information literacy skills, which does include media literacy and also how to be an ethical researcher that are, of course, vital for their college and career readiness. And we're super excited about the strides we've taken this year, and then we'll be continuing our work in the next school year and beyond that, but then collaborating with classroom teachers to implement our teaching with lessons that will accomplish things they're trying to already do with their students and leverage that time we have with students in the library.
And so while our goals, they do vary from year to year, the power of school libraries remains the same. So to build community, to foster innovation, and to spark joy in learning. So on the next slide. You can see a few snapshots here of innovation across our libraries, where students are taking ownership of their learning by engaging in activities that teacher librarians are providing outside of the classroom, such as a STEM gingerbread house competition, making art with 3D pens, and exploring coding with Ozobots.
As for building community, we strive to make sure that students can have an opportunity to connect with each other and also to feel a sense of belonging on campus. We appreciate Dr. Pettish acknowledging libraries being like the hub. And so things that we do to encourage that are facilitating student book clubs, doing community projects, and encouraging students to participate in different lunchtime activities. And to spark joy in learning, we do utilize opportunities to collaborate with classroom teachers and invite their classes into the library and come up with ways to just make learning exciting and engaging for students. We do things like student choice stations. We think of ways for students to interact with books that are more like exciting, like book tastings, and also use gamified instruction to enhance students' learning. So we wanted to end by thanking you and just appreciating the recognition of April being School Library Month and inviting you to visit our libraries and see firsthand the impact it has on our students. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. You can just, okay. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Lauren or Alicia?
Would you describe what a book tasting is?
Yes, well, in the picture you saw, we'll go back to it. This was at Los Cerros, for example, but you can see she even like decked out the tables to kind of be restaurant themed. But the idea is that students are interacting with a variety of books and tasting. So they're just kind of getting exposed to like new genres or new authors that they might not pick up themselves and doing kind of explorative activity around if the book is interesting to them and what makes it interesting to them.
Nice, thank you.
And I have a quick question too. With the student advisory boards, does that go down into the elementary schools as well, or is that just for secondary students?
Right now, we're just exploring it with secondary students.
Okay. Is there a plan to maybe look into the 4th and 5th graders, or is that?
I think that would be great. We just established it this year among all our sites and know that we've had kind of varying models happening. So we have committed, okay, across all the secondaries, we'll have these meetings. But yes, that would be great to explore, especially since we're encouraging our students who are in library advisories this year to explore that option in high school or even through Contra Costa County Library.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. So, yes, thank you, Alicia, and I wrote down your names, Alicia, Lauren, and Debbie. Thank you. All right, so our next resolution is Public School Volunteer Appreciation Week, which is April 15th to the 19th. So communications coordinators, Kathy McSweeney and Tammy Hurley. Is Kathy just you? Okay, okay.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, members of the cabinet. I am super excited to share with you some information about our Volunteer Appreciation Week. As a former volunteer in our district for many years with my own students, I get to tell you some wonderful things about our community of volunteers. First and foremost, they are dedicated to our students. This devoted group provides essential support to our students through generous donations of their time, talents, and resources. It amazes me when we go to events at the sites and we see how many parent volunteers and community volunteers are working, and the work that they do is just phenomenal, top notch. I mean, everything is just amazing. So it's a lot of fun to see that involvement. Our teachers are doing incredible work in the classrooms, and our volunteers provide enrichment supporting that for our students so that their learning experiences are even better. Our volunteers give selflessly. They are motivated by a satisfaction of helping our students and fostering a sense of community and pride. They participate on committees, lots of committees, boards, task forces. They provide valuable input, feedback, and perspective that help all of us move our mission forward. Our volunteers support fundraising and play a key role in serving as our partners in education. Love those fun pictures. Together with the San Ramon Valley Education Foundation and the San Ramon Valley Council of PTAs, we offer parent education events and workshops. Some of these topics include the State of the District Breakfast, Social Media and Student Wellbeing Workshop, The Truth About Fentanyl, Cyber Safety, AI Unlocked, Celebrating Youth in Action. Thank you. Susanna's head. Thank you. So we just do a lot, and it's great to partner with them and be able to share this information with our parent community. We're just so appreciative that everything that our volunteers do for our students in our schools, and we're really looking forward to celebrating them next week during the month of April. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Anyone have any questions or comments?
I just want to say how much I appreciate everybody who participates in making the school district what it is. And volunteers are a huge part of that. And I think a lot of us here ended up here because we volunteered so much. They're like, you really should do something else with what you know. So here we are. And all of the experiences that I had over all the years, because I've been here quite a long time with kids that are 11 and a half years apart. I think I volunteered for pretty much every job you can imagine, and I enjoyed every single minute of it because being with these students is what makes it all worth it. And that's why I sit here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, go.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say thank you to all the people in the community and the parents that volunteer at our schools. I mean, it is really one of the things that helps make up of why our SRVUSD school is so great. Between the education foundations at each school site, even just the parents that come in and, stuff folders or help on the classroom or everything that involves school sites, whether it's carnivals or different events that are on site. And I think that it's super important for, parents especially to be involved in their kids' education. And I think it makes a huge impact on how their kids perceive school and how important it is. And just thank you to all our volunteers and to the parent volunteers as well too. It's a big part of what makes up our school.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to all of our room parents and team parents. I know that especially when you get, well, elementary school, the room parents, and then once you get into high school, those team parents, man, they're running the world. So, so thank you to all of our volunteers. We look forward to sharing our appreciation with them the week of April 15th to the 19th. Thank you, Tammy. Next, we'll move on to Environmental Week, which is April 21st to the 27th, and that's Technology Coordinator Jenny Hano.
Right. Good evening. Nope, that's not right. Good evening. Yes. Okay. I'm honored to address you tonight regarding this important resolution that reflects our commitment to environmental education and sustainability within the San Ramon Valley Unified School District. So as we approach April, we have two significant events to celebrate. April 21st is John Muir Day, the father of the national parks in the United States, and Earth Day on April 22nd. These days serve as reminders for our interconnectedness with nature and the importance of preserving the planet for future generations. So our state environmental and science standards underscore the critical role that schools play in nurturing responsible, environmentally conscious citizens. It acknowledges that schools are not just institutions of learning, but also potential hubs for positive environmental change. So these are the 5 EPNCs, environmental principles and concepts that focus on the environment. And we see these interconnected with our science standards, and they help teach students about the interconnectedness of humans and their environment. So this slide reminds us of the work that we do with our resolution to impact students and the education that they get around the environment. So on this slide, I'm highlighting our environmental chemistry class in which students go out into the parking lot and collect the exhaust from automobiles. And they do this to learn about the real world data on auto emissions in order to understand the impact that environmental and public health has from transportation. This is a slide all about our amazing teachers. So our teachers are deeply invested in fostering environmental education. So you can see a long list of partners that provide professional learning to our teachers in the district. Our teachers understand that by imparting knowledge about our connection to the environment, we're empowering students to become stewards of their communities and of the earth. So through innovative teaching methods and real-world applications, our teachers are equipping students with the skills they need to tackle environmental challenges. Our many community partners support our teachers with high-quality instruction concerning environmental issues. On this slide, I also want to highlight one of our teacher leaders on the lower left corner. This is Teresa Butler-Doran. She is currently serving our district as a researcher doing a Fulbright teacher research assignment in Finland. And she is one of the many passionate educators that we have in San Ramon Valley. Equally significant are our students. So our students across all grade levels are striving to be environmentally conscious, and they are learning about their local ecosystems that impact their lives. So on this slide, you'll see some of the environmental issues that our students are learning about and addressing. These are the many ways that our students and schools are interacting with the environment to become good stewards of the earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Anya?
I hear a lot from students about the work they're doing to make their school communities more sustainable. And I think a lot of that comes from the instruction that we're giving them and the hands-on learning. And also, I mean, learning about sustainability and the environment is so interdisciplinary and it can go into almost any course. So I think it's wonderful that students are learning about it and then are also going out there and advocating to make things better. I think it's a wonderful cycle, and I think it's wonderful that we're recognizing this week. So
Thank you.
And I just wanted to add that this is a pretty new resolution. I think this is the second year. And congratulations to our president, Laura Bratt, for suggesting that we needed to put it in a resolution. I mean, work was happening, but I think it elevates it to what Anya was saying. And it's great to hear you say that students are actually talking about this because it's so important. Thank you, Jenny.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so next we'll move on to National Day of Silence, which is April 12th. Our Director of Educational Equity, Hong Nguyen.
Hi, thank you for having me here. Good evening, board members, superintendent, assistant superintendent, staff, families, and students. And I see a lot of them in the crowd here. So what is the National Day of Silence? National Day of Silence is observed on a Friday. Typically, it is in April of each year. And this year, it's celebrated on Friday, April 12th, 2024. So looking forward to that next month. It is a student-led national event. And so a number of students participate in taking a vow of silence across our campus as well as across the nation to bring attention to name-calling, bullying, harassment of our many LGBTQ plus youths in schools. And so, of course, just to summarize a little bit of our National Day of Silence resolution, that our students as well as staff have the right to a safe and healthy school environment. And that is just something that we want to make sure that we're able to provide those inclusive environments for all of our kids as well as all of our staff members. It is our obligation as a school district, as members of this community, to promote a mutual respect, tolerance, and acceptance for all that are on our campuses. And of course, we want to make sure that we're intervening, we're stopping bullying, and we need to make sure that we are also stopping any hateful comments that are said towards our students as well as our staff. Back in March of 2016, this is when it was first approved by the board. And so we've had the National Day of Silence as a resolution for quite some time. Our commitments to our sites to support the voluntary participation of students in the National Day of Silence. It is a voluntary participation of our students on this day. The National Day of Silence will not alter instruction on April 12th. It's on that Friday, but teachers may discuss the National Day of Silence. We also want to make sure that our teachers are thoughtful and sensitive as they are preparing and creating lesson plans for this day, because some students may be participating, the teachers will be teaching. And students are required to verbally contribute to the class if they need to do so because of the day's lessons plan. And we want to make sure that we emphasize that that is actually written into our resolution as well. And so, of course, if the students decide to stay silent during recess breaks, lunch, all of those different things, they have opportunities to do so. And of course, we want our teachers to be sensitive to that as they're planning for the day's lesson. And then one of the things that we did add, and this will be the third year for us to be able to fly our Progress Pride flags at all of our school sites as well as our district offices. And that's going to happen on April 12th. And so the theme for this year is Rise Up and Take Action. So we are looking forward to the Day of Silence on April 12th. Thank you.
Thank you, Hong. Does anyone have any questions?
Just two questions. So I think where there's been maybe questions or concerns from the community before in the past was parents not having a full understanding of when this was happening and what was happening, and communications going out from district as well as from school sites. So what's our plan for this year?
So we have all of our resolutions that are sent out in our Friday Brights. And so there are links to the resolutions that are there. The links to all of our resolutions are also on the district website. We've been sending out blurbs with our administrators every single month for every single one of our resolutions for them to send out to the community. So that way the message is clear that's sent out, and it's the same verbiage that should be sent out to every single person. If they're getting their
If they're getting the school
mhm,
site.
newsletters.
Okay.
And then also with our staff, letting them know what the resolutions are and providing them with resources if we have resources for those resolutions.
Yeah, I think that's great because I think just that consistent,
Yes,
clear
all the way
communication,
across
so,
with
yeah.
all of our resolutions.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Thanks for doing that. And then the other thing is more of a statement, but I just want to reiterate what I said in August. At least this is my opinion. I'm not speaking for the entire board here, but in talking to the students who are participating in the Day of Silence, having that Progress Pride flag up on the flagpole is a big, meaningful experience for them of what that day means and that sense of, belonging on that.
Right.
And I'll say the same thing, that I also think that same sense of understanding that of belonging also, if we're doing this, we also should have the ability to do this for other affinity groups as well too. So that's something that I think Dr. Malloy, you had mentioned in August that we were going to be looking into that over the course of the year and seeing, because, how they would also like to participate if they would like to participate in that too. So
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And we've
Yeah.
been in discussion about what
Okay.
that's going to look like.
great.
And Anya?
I mean, I'm looking forward to the Day of Silence. It's always a great day to bring attention to the needs of our LGBTQ community. And it's always student led. With libraries, students, highlight different books with the Progress flag. It's all very driven by student voice, which I always love and I appreciate so much. And I think it's so important that we recognize the National Day of Silence because Pride Month does come at a time where school is out for the majority of June. So this is the time when we really bring attention to this community, and it's always wonderful to see the solidarity among students. I've never seen it disrupt classes, and from what I've heard from other students, student senate, students I talk to, we've never seen it disrupt class. So I think it's wonderful. And I know we have students also in the audience who will probably speak on this, which is also really great. So
Thanks, Anya.
Great. Maybe we can move to public comment. We do have public comment for all four resolutions. And then if we want to ask any additional questions on any of the resolutions or comments after that. Yeah. I'm going to ask clarifying for two cards. So, Mr. Allen, Bob Allen, you have it marked as not agenda, but then you have the Day of Silence as your comment. Yeah, okay. And then, Teresa Rader, I apologize. You have libraries as your comment, but then selected as non-agenda. Yeah, so I think that falls under the resolution. Okay, yeah, we'll put it in there. I think that makes more sense. Okay, so let's start with Bob Allen. Oh, and as he's coming up, this is the last call for public comment cards for all four resolutions.
Thank you. I was debating which one it should go under. So I'm going to speak on why we still need the Day of Silence. We need the Day of Silence because a family with two fathers who advocate for the elementary child should not get pushback from some in their local school community when advocating for that child. We need the Day of Silence because of a family of two mothers who face scorn from some members of their community when they ask for simple and superficial name changes to some activities. We need a day of silence to protest the death of Next Benedict, a non-binary student in Oklahoma, possibly beaten to within inches of their life in a high school bathroom with little to no help from the school and dying the next day. We need the day of silence to protest members of our community who look at our queer and sometimes our straight teachers and think pedophile or groomer or whatever they want to call us. We need the day of silence to protest those who think they have the right to call out any of our colleagues. We need the day of silence to protest members of this community who refuse to see me and other teachers as human. They choose not to see the commitment I've made to my partner Michael for the last 23 years. They choose not to see me supporting him when he broke his orbital socket in a scooter accident. They choose not to see my partner attending my niece's wedding or taking a red eye to attend a family reunion. They choose not to see me comforting my partner Michael when his brother was shot to death in front of a bar in Wisconsin last year. They choose not to see Michael comforting me when my beloved brother-in-law lost his battle with cancer 3 weeks ago. The way past primetime players choose to only see two things, sex and queer people, and only through their personal lenses of disgust and derision. They choose not to see our humanity. We, the professionals of the San Ramon Valley Unified School District, choose to teach every child. We choose to work with every family. We choose to do the hard, exhausting, and ultimately rewarding work to make the students of the San Ramon Valley the best students they can be, whoever those students turn out to be.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Next is Teresa. Next, Teresa Roeder, and after her, we'll bring up Zaylee Fogelman.
You've honored librarians this evening, and when I was here on the 20th, students spoke eloquently about books. I would like to thank the board for this opportunity to speak to the students that are not here but are online. As a member of AAUW, it is our goal to ensure that you are taught critical thinking as students and you engage in the creative process of examining content and are asked to formulate thoughts and ideas and determine practical solutions to issues of our time. We want you to be able to make informed choices, have broad-based opinions, and with the guidance of skilled educators to learn more, be more, and do more. Banning books in schools is harmful, in fact, an exclusionary practice. Secondary schools that ban books often justify the censorship of student reading material by framing it as a matter of protection. It is argued that middle and high school students are too young and immature to handle descriptions of violence, sex, war in literature. This is a definitive extent to which certain topics are inappropriate for our children, our students. Nevertheless, restricting access to diverse voices and vital historical information for the sake of preserving some notion of innocence is simply not acceptable. This is especially true when an overwhelming number of banned books do not contain egregious content. A couple of years back, the New York Times noted that recent bans included the graphic novel Moss, Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye, John M. Johnson's memoir All Boys Are Blue, and Maya Kobe's memoir Gender Queer. These books are banned because the subject matter is believed to be contentious and harmful to students. They are not. They tell stories of oppression, persecution, and racism. They tackle topics related to gender, sexuality, and highlight injustices. Small-minded thinking and fear-based decisions are limiting students' understanding of the world in which they exist. Where might this stop? It won't unless educators and those in positions of authority make thoughtful decisions. When these topics are inaccessible, students are prevented from exploring identity, learning about history, and discovering global communities. If the perceived contentiousness of a book subject, we had diversity titles in this district 20 years ago. We had Bud Not Buddy in 5th grade. We had Odd Velvet in 1st grade. And we need to embrace diversity in our district and for our students. And we need to honor them as thinking human beings, because this is really important. And I challenge you to go back to those books. We had the Cinderella, Chinese Cinderella princess in sixth grade. We had, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting, but we must embrace books as opportunities for learning.
Thank you. Thank you, Teresa. Next is Zaylee Fogerman, and after Zaylee will be Math Rosero. Max, I'm sorry.
Hello, good evening. I wanted to thank everyone involved in the resolutions this evening and the people who are not here to make all of them happen. And I'm so sad that Environmental Week wasn't happening when I was like younger because I think it's so cool. And I'm so excited to see how Cal like inputs it in the week that it happens. And Revolving Day of Silence, I participated in it since seventh grade. And it doesn't disrupt any learning, and teachers who like they always say respect the people who are doing it. And I think it's an amazing day. There's no bad sides on like the legalities of it and like how it's done in class, and I really love that. Of course you have the students like saying things to other students. I had someone say to me last year, "We get it, you're gay." But that's always going to happen. And revolving libraries and library month. I'm so happy that like people are saying to the librarians and our staff that they've been doing such a good job because they are doing such a good job. And it's so nice going into the library and seeing books that I can relate to, whether them being like romance of like queer people or so on, and that they're on top of it and getting all these new books. And with yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Zaylee. Next is Max Rosero, and after Max Rosero is Mike Arata.
Hello. Oh, okay. I'll try to keep this brief. I'm Max. I'm a senior at Cal. And I wanted to first say that I'm incredibly excited for National Library Month. I'm actually on the what's it called? The advisory committee, and I was in library services last year, and those have both been invaluable experiences. And I also wanted to say I wanted to emphasize the importance of having the Day of Silence. I'm currently the vice president of Cal High's GSA, and every year that Day of Silence comes around, I just think about the people who, haven't been able to express themselves in the way that they know is true to them because of, prejudice in the community. And I think about the way that GSA and the supportive programs at our district have been able to help a lot of students, including myself. Part of, well, one event that happens on the same day as the Day of Silence is a little dance that we put on called the Gala. And as much as Day of Silence is a protest of the things that are negative that are happening to queer people in our community, it's also a time of celebration for all of our students to express themselves in ways that they feel like they can't in other places. So it's always just wonderful to go out to the gala and go see people on the Day of Silence and see people having conversations in ways that they wouldn't normally, or dress themselves in a certain way that they've always wanted to, but they feel like they're not able to. It's about self-expression and self-acceptance. And I feel that I couldn't be as joyous and as self-assured as I am today if I didn't have all of the resources that I have access to with this lovely, welcoming community that I have here. And so I just wanted to thank you all and say that I'm like trusting that you'll be able to continue to try and do your best by queer students and by all of your students in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Next, we have Mike Arata. Mr. Arata, so you have two cards, so that you have 3 minutes for this agenda item. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Okay, thank you. After Mike Arata is Billy Pagote.
Yes, indeed. I had comments about Day of Silence, but I'll concentrate on libraries because I had comments there too. I recommend once again that your online board meeting agendas in the meantime include copies of the resolutions at issue, since many people don't know to look back to the August 15th meeting to find them. And now from this evening's library presentation, I wonder how many of the 7,600 acquisitions so far this year are additional pornographic selections. As is, your high school libraries carry multiple books by authors known for their routinely pornographic content. The AASL in the presentation is actually the American Association of School Librarians, not libraries. And AASL is in fact a subset of the American Library Association. AASL shares ALA's determination that there must be no age or content restrictions on materials available from libraries, regardless of community standards or parental concerns. That perverse approach to library materials helps explain the extensive pornography collections in your high school libraries and the growing problematic content even in middle school libraries as well. There's a subversive philosophy at the very core of ALA and thereby of AASL. Current ALA president Emily Drabinski, a self-described Marxist lesbian, revealed what's at work behind the scenes in a 2022 interview when she spoke of her socialist vision and railed against so-called white supremacy. She favors deep organizing for defunding the police and abolition of the carceral state, in other words, getting rid of prisons. She's also spoken in the past of, quote, fundamentally different way of imagining the role of the library as an expansive space based on an ideology that centers notions of queerness and difference rather than of democracy and citizenship. In Drabinski's vision of a socialist future, quote, one of the principles of librarianship is that every reader has a right to decide for themselves what they read, and that includes children. So in the AASL context and your librarian's proud affiliation with that group, it's not surprising to see librarians, and now increasingly classroom teachers, ignoring parental concerns and those of other taxpayers regarding content. It used to be that librarians and teachers, consistent with federal law, regarded themselves as acting in loco parentis. The kids who most need that kind of adult supervision and involvement are the kids with little or no adult oversight at home. But the so-called professionals in schools, rather than tossing life preservers, instead toss the kids immoral deadweights. Again, the situation is reminiscent of the rescuers in Lord of the Flies. Are there any adults, any grown-ups with you, they ask? The problem now is school personnel who believe the children think like adults because they are adults who think like children.
Thank you, Mr. Arata. Next, we have Billy Pigot. Did I say that right? After Billy is Typhoid Mary.
Good evening. I'm Billy Piggott. I'm a junior at Cal High, and I'd like to thank the board for all of the resolutions that they have passed. I'd like to speak in particular about Day of Silence. I know y'all are going to hear plenty about it, so I'll keep it just to how it's impacted me specifically. When I first realized that I was gay in 5th grade, it wasn't easy, honestly. The first people I came out to had mixed reactions, and above all, I felt really alone. I didn't know anyone who was queer at the time. I didn't really have anyone to turn to. And for a long time, I was struggling in that state. But when I reached middle school, I was introduced to the Day of Silence. And honestly, I can't overstate the impact that it had on me. It made me feel seen. It made me feel like I wasn't the only one fighting against everything in the world, honestly. So honestly, I don't know where I'd be if I hadn't had that experience with the Day of Silence. And I'd just like to thank the board for their resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Billy. Next up is Typhoid Mary, and after Typhoid Mary is Lisa Despro.
Good evening. Personally, I don't support silence. I've never been able, capable of silence, but I definitely support queerness. So the Day of Silence needs to happen. It's extremely important for a lot of youth and adults to see that openness and that sorry. I just recently had a cousin who died, and we're really, really, really close. And she has 4 kids and 2 of her sons are gay. And her father is very homophobic and, you know, all the other phobics. And he was uninvited to her Zoom memorial. And he crashed it anyways. And it was really hard because here they are mourning the death of their mother. And he showed up to call them pedophiles and groomers and terrible names. And they're my little cousins, not little cousins, are adult, but to me they're little. That was crushing. And they even, instead of just like hanging up the Zoom, they tried to not argue with him, but tried to be like, hey, we want this to be a peaceful event. We want, you know, my mom was a really loved person and we want to share that love. And they wouldn't stop. Like him and his girlfriend would not stop basically abusing his own grandchildren. So yeah, the day of silence needs to happen because some people need to realize that not everyone gets the opportunity to be out there and comfortable. And I want that for all youth and everyone. And I just also want to point out, I was looking at the freedom of speech today, just really quick. And, you know, a lot of things are protected by our freedom of speech, but freedom of having to hear it is not listed. So I looked that up and I was like, that's really interesting. Like, you don't have to. The free speech does not cover, the First Amendment does not cover obscenity, fraud, child sexual abuse, speech integral to illegal conduct, speech that incites imminent lawless action, speech that violates intellectual property law, truth threats, and false statements of fact. That's not allowed. And we know who gets away with it every single month with his pretty little props and so forth.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Desborough. After Lisa is Dan Frank.
Good evening. It's been quite an interesting evening. I think your values are completely on display. I don't think there's any doubt about where you as a board and a school district with your policies stand. And I'm just going to say that to all parents, community members who want to have their children learn and grow up in their own values, their own personal opinions, their own private culture, they should not bring their children to your district. You have violated their freedoms, their religious rights, and clearly you are focused on brainwashing. The statement I want to kind of fly here is, whose children are they? You're usurping parental influence, training, values, morals freely. And anyone who disagrees with you is a hater and is portrayed in a negative light. I want to point out that from all of the books that we've been reading to you, I'm so disappointed that not one of you has mentioned a revulsion to the extreme sexualization of minors exchanging body fluids and of our students having access to that. Environmentalism is only seen through one light: progressivism. There's no application of your board district policy 6144. There's one view and one view only. And you have violated your very own board policy over and over again. There are multiple resources here in the Bay Area that would speak on other views and cultural values that parents might appreciate. And I want to just say to all the Abrahamic communities, Muslims, Catholics, Jews, Christians, we do not accept what you're saying. We believe that God created all, and that children benefit from knowing that He is their creator and that they are not free to be sexual, passionate beings and to explore all of the things that the books that you proudly spend our money on for. So I'm in opposition to your board policies and your values here.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we have Dan Frank, and after Dan Frank is Daniel Gross.
Good evening. I've had 3 kids attend SRVUSD schools over the past 13 years. With 3 kids, this adds up to a total of 39 school years. The National Day of Silence originally started in 1996. It's generally recognized as the second Friday of April and is a day of action to spread awareness about the bullying and harassment of LGBTQ students. As a parent in this district, I can personally verify that students take this day very seriously and are aware of the history and bullied and harassed LGBTQ students. My son is a graduate of Cal High, is LGBTQ, and he participated in both the Day of Silence at both Cal High and Iron Horse Middle School, as did many of his friends. The recent killing of trans student Nex Benedict in Oklahoma is merely one example of how daily bullying and harassment can take place in schools, and how the district must continue to protect LGBTQ+ students. This will be incredibly important during the selection of a new superintendent to replace Dr. Malloy when the time comes. The next superintendent must reflect the values of SRVUSD, the annual acceptance of the progress flag throughout the district, and associated diversity needs to be celebrated. Student exposure to new ideas, cultures, and human experience helps students grow and develop critical thinking skills. Progress flag is a very important symbol of this and needs to be flown on the Day of Silence and throughout the Pride Month and the month of June. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Next up is Daniel Gross.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Gross. I'm a student at Monte Vista, a member of our Equity Leadership Council, and a student senator. I'm going to use those roles to give me perspective tonight, but I'm speaking as myself and as an ally to the LGBTQ community. So I've heard a lot from students about the Day of Silence, and what the students of Monte Vista have shown me is nothing but the utmost care and overwhelming support for the LGBTQ community. And we greatly appreciate the district for encouraging these policies and for supporting the Day of Silence. As a student, I believe that standing silently in solidarity with my peers who have dealt with hatred is a powerful way to show support for them, and it creates a safe and welcoming campus for all of our students. So I commend the board for bringing awareness to the opportunity for students to do this. And for those who are concerned about our district forcing LGBTQ ideology or making students who don't spend their day in silence feel like they're targeted or feel uncomfortable, I have a few things to say. First and foremost, this event is optional. And it's up to students to participate. So while I think it is great to see wide participation and support for our LGBTQ student community, I understand that not everybody wants to participate, and I assure you that on Monte Vista's campus, they're not being forced to do so. And for the students who don't participate, this will go on just like any other school day. As for the thought that this event may make some students who choose not to participate feel targeted or feel uncomfortable, I say that's a good thing. We should not tolerate intolerance. And if any student believes that LGBTQ+ students don't deserve a place on our campuses, they're wrong, and that will not be tolerated. SRVUSD campuses are a safe space for all students, and the purpose of this event is to show support for our students. I can say, as a Jewish student, one of the Abrahamic religions, that my religion supports inclusion, love, and support of everybody, and I completely support your guys' resolution. So Once again, thank you all for supporting the Day of Silence and for the work that you do to protect and support our LGBTQ students.
Thank you, Daniel. Board, that's it for public comment. Does anyone have anything else that they'd like to, questions to ask based on public comment or any comments?
I've got a comment. Because one of the things that was brought up, well, one, there's like a matter of housekeeping. I do think it's actually a good idea to include the resolution in the board packet. I thought that was a good point. It would be a helpful refresher for people who don't want to go back in the archive. I thought that was a decent point. Second, I do want to address the comment about the board not speaking up about these books, because really, and I think since I've been here, largely these have all been public comments that are non-agendized. And I think it's important to remember that you'll even notice we're usually clapping along with all the other presentations. Usually the board stays pretty neutral and silent during public comment. That's a part of our board makeup. So I think it's important to remember that our failure to react does not necessarily condone approval or disapproval of things that are brought up during public comment. So I just wanted to set that record correct, because it doesn't feel fair to imply what we're thinking. We're actually just following our bylaws as we're doing that to the large part, correct? So at least that's my understanding of it. The other thing that I'll comment on is, even with the school libraries, there's so much good that's done with learning through books, and books are an amazing part of the learning experience. They can bring alive so many creative ideas and thoughts and stuff like that. And yet I've also experienced with parents and had to walk through with them as they've gone through books causing harm to their children. And so as a board member, I have to hold those two things in tension. And that's why I think that we've got some opportunity for improvement. One of the most recent one that I came through is a middle school girl, 6th grade, picked a book off the library shelf because I had a pretty cover. And she starts reading the book and gets to a point where it's a group of girls discussing how they lost their virginity with detail. And the girl was not ready for it, and she just picked a pretty book cover. So there's maybe opportunity for improvement with how we navigate through this, because both, books can be both very helpful and enriching, and to some they can cause harm unintentionally. So that's my only comment that I want to say on that. That's been my experience on the board, is how to struggle with that tension and really serve the larger population of our students. So that's it.
Thank you.
I'd like to follow up a little bit with that, because my so my older child had told me I was a mom, just like I think many moms, and from elementary to middle school, have introduced books to my kids. And as we went into middle school, my child actually start reading. They read really fast. They read a lot, and so I couldn't keep up. And then and then later I find out that they had kind of confessed, like, Mom, I used to love dragon books, and I picked books because of dragons, whether it's on the book cover or the subject matter or whatever. I just picked dragons. And I read one book, that was about dragons, but she told me, but it was not appropriate, because I read through and it was not appropriate, so I stopped. So I think that sometimes we give our kids a little too little credit on how they might be able to deal with certain things that are uncomfortable or whatever. So again, I just want to give my perspective on that too, where it's at some point we need to do a little bit of trusting of our kids and a little less hand-holding.
Great. And I'm gonna pause this conversation, because this agenda item is specifically about the resolutions, and it's school library week. So it's not books. We will be having a workshop in the coming weeks about that. So Does anyone else have any questions or comments about the resolutions? Anya?
I just wanted to say thank you again for all the students who came and spoke out. Your words are very powerful, so thank you. And then I was also wondering if we could share the date for the board workshop, if you just mentioned it, because I know you said students would be able to come to that as well.
Yeah, it's March 26th. I'm not sure of the time yet. 4 p.m. on March 26th. So, and it'll be published and there'll be an agenda and the usual. So, yeah, and I also wanted to comment specifically on the Day of Silence. I think that we all want our students, our kids, the youth, everyone to feel empowered. And unfortunately, I think those that are marginalized, which includes our LGBTQ plus community and our LGBT plus students, don't always feel empowered. That's essentially in some ways the definition of marginalization, right? Being pushed off, being told you're less than, those types of things. And so to have a day that is student-led, that is student-driven, that is not required, but is an opportunity for students and staff and everyone to either share their reality, have the empowerment to be able to be who they are, or feel empowered to support those as an ally and to feel empowered to show that you see them as someone who is authentic and true and brave and amazing and wonderful. So I am so grateful. I know it directly impacted my kids, the Day of Silence, and I appreciate it. I appreciate the board when they approved this resolution, and I'm grateful that we still support it. And I'm so grateful for the students that felt empowered today to come and speak about why the Day of Silence is so special for them. So thank you. So next we will move on to public comment on non-agendized items. So this item is a non-agenda public comment, an opportunity for our community to speak on the record about items not on tonight's agenda. During the non-agenda public comment, the board, to Jesse's point, cannot respond to comments because the topics have not been published on the agenda prior to the meeting. So last call for any additional speaker cards on non-agendized public comment. It looks like Mr. Allen, maybe, is that correct? Okay, all right, take your time. It's all good. And then I have a clarifying question. Sorry, our cards this meeting are a little confusing. So we have Kim Peters, who has wished to make a public comment on non-agenda for MTSS liaisons. We do have an agenda item 11.5, the discontinuous of certain certificated positions, which includes the MTSS liaisons. Would it be more appropriate for you to speak at 11.5? I don't know if Kim Peters is here. Oh, okay. All right. Just, yeah. Okay. All right. We'll keep it. We'll move it to 11.5 because then that way, if we want to ask any questions around it, we can do that. We can have that opportunity. Okay. Thank you. All right. So the two that are filling out yellow cards, that's fine. Take your time. We know that you're filling them out. So let's start with Carolyn Wetmore. And then after Carolyn will be Mike Arata.
Good evening. I'll be reading from a pornographic book entitled The Almost Moon, which is in 3 out of 4 of the district's high school libraries. And I sincerely hope that you'll be as disturbed hearing it as I will be reading it. Hamish crawled in, but sat on the edge of the seat with the open door behind him. "I'm not sure what this is," he said. "I'm cold," I said. "I just want to feel your body on top of me." I wanted to fuck him. I closed my eyes and waited. And then within a moment, his body was laid out on top of me and pressing down. I felt his erection against me. "We can do anything," I said. It was as if I'd turned a key. "Sure, baby," he whispered. His lips were pendulous, ridiculous young. I reached my arm up and pulled his head down to kiss them. I would have wished it could be different than this, that I could have fucked my best friend's son without having to be made aware of it. I tucked upward at Hamish's shirt. He peeled it off over his head. I turned my eyes away from his face and unbuttoned my pants. As he rushed to help, he bumped his head on the inside of the passenger side door. It made a horrible hollow sound. He rubbed the back of his head and left my pants to fester around my ankles. I bit my lip. I writhed. Fuck me, I said. He stared at me. Wow, he said. With a final tug, he threw my pants into the gravel drive. I winced when he ripped off my underpants. I propelled myself up and grabbed for Hamish's penis, which had poked above the waistband of his briefs. As soon as I had my hand on it, I tugged him forward and down. He moaned in pleasure as I spread my legs and wrapped myself around him. Oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck, he wailed. I lay there in disbelief. He had ejaculated on my stomach. My fingers, sticky and enraged, squeezed. Ow, he said, and he placed a hand on my wrist. You've got to give me something, Helen. I reached for his penis. And it just goes on and on and on. And this book is just vile and base. There's no redeeming value that I can discern in this book. And I'm just appealing to you as a parent and a grandparent. Please get rid of the smut that's in our high school libraries. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Next up is Mike Arata, and after Mike Arata is Typhoid Mary.
When voters get their sample ballots and ballot booklets next month for your $1 million extra cost vote by mail election on May 7th, they should pay especially close attention to Measure E's 75-word ballot summary, in which you've mentioned added adjustments, quote unquote. That term is a weasel-worded stand-in for the CPI escalator clause you've actually included. The current $144 partial tax was renewed already in 2015. That lapses in 2025. Your enrollment is down now 3,000 students from back then, but SRVUSD's spending trajectory has routinely exceeded the combined effect of inflation and enrollment changes, as it has for the last 3 decades at least. The gap has grown even more since 2015. Spending now exceeds combined inflation and enrollment changes since 2015 by $127 to $158 million, depending on whether 2014-15 or 2015-2016 is considered the base year. The graph looks like what's shown on the sign. The gap has grown even more since 2015. And mind the gap, the dark green mountain and the dark blue inflation and enrollment hill. The gap between them is that 127 to 158 million. Those who read the ballot booklet carefully next month or who visit your SRV Citizens for Quality Schools campaign website will see the deceitful claim that Measure E is not a new tax, merely a renewal of the existing one. But in fact, the measure does include a new tax, the CPI inflator, using an index which has doubled over some 9-year periods in the past. Facts about Measure E and F are getting posted presently at betterschoolsnotmoretaxes.com. There's no break or underscore between the words, just a dot before the com, as shown on the sign. It's betterschoolsnotmoretaxes.com. The other sign is back again to porn in your libraries. And what would a school board meeting be without another excerpt from American Psycho, available at Doherty Valley's library, among those you've celebrated this evening? Your librarians are self-alleged experts in judging library book suitability. So for another example of what they call educational, literary, and artistic value, quote, she lies naked on her back, her legs are spread, and I'm on my knees giving her head while jerking myself off. And in the time since I've started licking and sucking on her pussy, she already has come twice, and her cunt is tight and hot and wet, and I keep it spread open, fingering it with one hand, keeping myself hard with the other. I want you to fuck me, Courtney moans, pulling her legs back, spreading her vagina even wider, fingering herself, making me suck her fingers and the juice from her cunt. Yeah, I say, moving on top of her, sliding my dick gracefully into her cunt, pushing into her with long, fast strokes. My cock, my hips moving on their own desirous momentum. Already my orgasm builds from the base of my balls, my asshole coming up through my cock so stiff that it aches. Unquote. Again.
Thank you, Mr. Arata. Next, we have Typhoid Mary, and after her is Elisa Tinker.
Ms. Brad, I noticed in some of the previous speakers that you're rather selective in whether people can continue past the 0 mark or not.
I'll do better next time. Thank you.
So after him, I'm going to revisit our First Amendment and the freedom of speech, which does not allow the word cunt. In other words, I never use the C word. That's just a word you don't use unless you are speaking of someone who really deserves it. But that's not allowed. It's not protected speech. So I don't understand why we get 3 minutes of that. We don't get 3 minutes hearing from our students, or hearing from our teachers, or hearing from the board members that care. We get to hear a community member has serious issues. That brings us a harem with them. Needs definitely some restrictions. So that's all I have to say. I mean, everyone knows it's going to continue and continue and continue with no consequences, just like the bullying does in our district. So it's really disappointing. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next is Elisa Tinker, and after Elisa Tinker is Max Rosero.
Hi, good evening. I'm Elisa Tinker. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm a mom in the district. I'm an alumni of the district, and I'm a member of our local PFLAG Danville San Ramon Valley chapter. Our PFLAG chapter has members who are parents, staff, and students of the San Ramon Valley Unified School District. We are grateful for the work that you do around equity, the strategic direction work that you've done. We are proud to work alongside you when appropriate in the district as allies. We are, I should have said, we are the allies of the LGBTQ community. We believe that all students need to see themselves reflected in literature and curriculum that's made available to them, and to learn about people who are different from them. No matter how you identify, we see you. We advocate for you in the district and in the community as a whole. We know that you are fabulous, and you are most successful when you are honored as your authentic self. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. Next is Max Rosero, and after Max Rosero is Nancy Hutchison. Hutchian.
Hi, I'm back again. So I have, oh, hello? Okay. I have with me here today a stack of books from the Cal High Library that I checked out, which for one reason or another, I don't like. One of these books is The Kite Runner, which I read in AP Lit this year. Spoilers ahead, my apologies. In chapter 7, page 75, the book depicts our protagonist, Amir, who explicitly witnesses the rape of his best friend and does nothing to stop it. I could read an excerpt for you now, but I won't, because I don't think that this book should no longer be taught, and I don't think it should be removed from our libraries. The way that rape is depicted in The Kite Runner adds incredible complexity and literary merit to this book, even if that merit is hard to see from these select few pages. If I were to try and determine this book's overall quality from the one scene alone, I would miss the fact that the protagonist, Amir, is an unreliable narrator. I would miss the fact that his inactivity represents the way that the world stood by as Afghanistan was plundered by the Soviet Union. I would miss his struggle with guilt and redemption, the commentary on class struggle, and I would miss the way that the framing of the story portrays rape as an undeniably monstrous and devastating act. My classmates and I were able to have civil and nuanced discussions about this book because we understand that specific literary devices, like an unreliable narrator, can make it so that a book can portray the protagonist committing something horrific and still get the message across that it's not admirable behavior. So again, do I like this book? Not really. I think that the character arcs are unrealistic and unsatisfying, and I find certain characters a bit stereotypical. However, this book will continue to have literary merit, whether I like it or not. As I've just shown, studying The Kite Runner strengthened certain skills of mine in reading comprehension and analysis, realizing what I liked and didn't like about the book, what I thought was well written or poorly written, that engaged my critical thinking skills. There are tangible benefits to reading books that suck, however that's defined. Books that are poorly written or challenging or offensive in some way, they can all be engaged with in a way that is productive and is a learning experience for students. So continue to let students have the freedom to read in school libraries and don't arbitrarily remove books from our curriculum because of the content within them. Maybe after today, I will return these books and some other student will find them and love them more than I ever will. That student might learn from these books in a way that will change for life for the better. Or they might not. And either way, it's no one else's business. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Next is Nancy Hutchian, and after Nancy is Linda Jimerson.
I think I'm going to lighten the mood a little bit here. My name is Nancy Hutchin. I live in Danville. I have two kids, 40-year-old kids, 40-ish, who graduated from the district schools, one in 1998 and one in 2002. Over 20 years ago, on the eve of their respective graduations, I spoke to the board to thank them on behalf of myself, to thank the teachers, the administrators, and the board for giving my kids excellent educations. My daughter is now director of philanthropy for neuroscience research at a major hospital complex. My son is chief of medicine at one of the largest county hospitals in the country. So again, on behalf of this proud parent, on behalf of my kids who are doing very well, and on behalf of these kids, I want to thank you for the excellent education that this district provides. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the board for something else. Last month, there was an agenda item discussed at the meeting, which was, quote, request to remove a book, the book being The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian. In the online agenda, you included the passage that brought offense to some, but that I found funny, well-written, lighthearted, about a subject of human sexuality that no parent really relishes discussing with their kids. I thought how wonderful that kids have this kind of book during their awkward adolescence. I immediately bought copies for my kids and my grandkids when they're a bit older, and I alerted my friends to this book, and they bought copies as well. So thank you for bringing that book to my attention, and thank you on behalf of the author, Sherman Alexie, who saw his book sales jump quite a bit.
Thank you, Nancy. Next up is Linda Jimerson, and after Linda is Lisa Desborough.
Good evening. My name is Linda Jimerson, and I've lived in Danville for 30 years, and I've had children and grandchildren who have been the recipients of wonderful public school educations. And I'm a member of Danville Alamo Walnut Creek branch of AAUW, American Association of University Women. Books, librarians. I learned of AAUW because I was looking for a book group. A friend referred me to it, and I belonged to our evening literature book group with preponderance of teachers and librarians for over 25 years. So our branch and the school board have a lot in common. We are surrounded by educators and librarians. We are so fortunate. AAUW believes that high-quality public education is the foundation of a democratic society, and that it's the key to improving economic prosperity and gender equality. We advocate for climates free of harassment and bullying. We support academic freedom and protection from censorship and bias-free education. And I know that you stand with these goals. So thank you for what you do. how you support your teachers, your librarians, your students, how hard you work, and how thoughtful each of you are. I taught high school English for Los Angeles City Schools from 1973 to 1978. And I taught a senior English class in which we read and discussed Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger. There were no complaints or questions from parents at the time, although I read recently and had not known before, as that was before the internet, that it was the most censored book in high school libraries and in the US from 1961 to 1982. There are sexual references, there's swearing and some smoking and drinking, including by the underage protagonist, Holden Caulfield. It's about a teen feeling alone and isolated in a cynical world, and he's struggling to recover from personal loss. It's emotionally powerful and deeply touching, and it brings forth strong emotions like sympathy, sadness, and in the end, hope. I wanted my beloved students to have access to a heartfelt, authentic teenage voice, a pained at times voice that quite beautifully communicates the difficulty of maneuvering in this world. My goal was to safely explore together the emotions and motivations of our protagonists, unpacking Holden's struggles, and at the same time, more privately, going inward, gaining a better understanding of ourselves and realizing that we are not alone. And I wanted my students to fall in love with literature, to broaden their worlds. And I'm thankful to the district teachers and librarians who continue this dream. I stand with you. Last month, Kim Peters, librarian and teacher Los Cerros Middle School, said we do what we always do. We continue to develop a diverse and meaningful perspective to enable our students to expand their world. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up is Lisa Despro. After Lisa Despro is Dan Frank.
Good evening again. I was here at the previous board meeting and I discussed a section that I thought was very concerning from This Book is Gay by Juno Dawson. And in this section that I read last time was how sex apps work. And step 1 is upload a tiny picture of yourself to the app. Step 2, the app works out your location. Step 3, the app tells you who the nearest homosexual LGBTQ plus people are. Number 4, you then chat to them. And number 5, because they are near, it is easy to meet up with them. Sadly, this very description of contact between children and homosexual LGBT people looking for an encounter resulted in the arrest of a man here in Danville on the 27th, as reported in the DanvilleSanRamon.com. And these are the charges. I learned that there is an ICAC task force, and it stands for Internet Crimes Against Children. Sexual Assault Unit of the Contra Costa District Attorney's Office handles prosecution of all felony sexual assault by adults against adults and children.
Please stay within our jurisdiction, Ms.
Well, this is one of your students. This relates to all of this. So the penal code charges were PC 288.4B, arranging a meeting with a minor for lewd purposes. Penal Code 288.3A, contacting a minor to commit a felony. Penal Code 664-288A, attempted lewd acts on a child. And Penal Code 664-288.2A1, attempted sending harmful material to a minor. At the last meeting, I said, based on all the sexualization of children, we definitely were going to have crimes and serious, dangerous situations. And it was 7 days later. This man sadly took his life. This is horrific. We have an enormous amount of pain and suffering happening to children over the sexualization. Your job is not to supersede the training of parents. Your job is to train them, to not be open to all ideas, progressive and
Thank you, Ms. Desborough. Next up is Dan Frank. After Dan Frank is, I believe it's Lynn.
Thank you again. I want to publicly thank trustees Bratt, Ordway, Clark, and Hurd for their public votes in support of educators and freedom for our students to read novels selected by them by their educators. This especially includes the two novels, Tomorrow, 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 as well as an absolutely true story of a part-time Indian. One of the great strengths of this country is we are made up of people who embody diverse ethnic backgrounds and religious worldviews. Exposing our kids to new ideas through literature enhances crucial critical thinking skills and is essential to learning. I urge everyone who believes in public education to support our educators and librarians who are trained to decide which books are appropriate. Mr. Van Zee has failed in this regard 2 times now that I'm aware of. He's attempted to ban 2 books that were both accepted as novels for high school English classes in this district. The absolutely true story of a part-time Indian has been the high school curriculum at SRVUSD since 2016. When one parent objected to the novel and was offered other choices for their student to read, that was not good enough for the parent or Mr. Van Zee. The parent insisted no other student should have the opportunity to read that novel, and based on Mr. Van Zee's board vote last month, he was just fine with with one parent making such a decision for every other family in the school. Requiring every child and family to forcibly adhere to one specific mode of thinking is the definition of totalitarianism. There has never been a good person who throughout history has banned books. It's clear that Mr. Van Zee does not support public education after attempting to ban 2 books in this district. I want to finish by thanking the district staff for their remarkably thorough and professional response in this manner.
Thank you, Dan. Next is Lynn, I believe. And after Lynn is Bob Allen.
Hi, thank you for giving me the time tonight. I've sat in these meetings now since last September, and I haven't said much, mostly because I wanted to see how they work, learn about what's going on. I have a daughter who went through all the different schools here in San Ramon, not all of them, but 4 of them, and had fantastic experiences. She is a successful, compassionate, lovely girl that I am extremely proud of. And all of her friends who I have known and kept in touch with are as well. And so I think what you've been doing has really been working. And for that, I am so very grateful. I wanted to say a couple different things. One, I think when we read or take a look at the pieces of these books that are maybe just the sex or just something that we're hearing in these read alouds, as one of the other students brought up, it doesn't take it into the full context. I think we devalue not only the rest of the book and everything else that it brings, but I think we devalue our children when we do not, I guess we do not give them, we don't give them credit for being as smart as they are, for being as intuitive as they are, for being as clever and compassionate and kind and feeling. And I think having these kinds of books, regardless of how you feel about particular situations that are described in them, I think we need our children to be able to learn about things that make them a little bit uncomfortable. And I think they can. And I believe if you, as we've said before, if you are really uncomfortable with something, you can talk to the library, you can opt out, you can do all of that good stuff. But I would encourage parents to, instead of opting out, to communicate with their children about it, So if my daughter brought home a book that I thought was questionable, or she comes and tells me about it, we talk about these things. I don't understand how it seems like it's okay to not have a communication with your child about the things that they are learning or doing in school. That just seems crazy to me. So I would encourage anybody who's uncomfortable with whatever they're reading, talk to their children, find out a little bit more about what's going on maybe behind the scenes that you're maybe not aware of. And I think it will enrich everyone, I think, involved. So that's it. That's all I wanted to say. Also, I'm sorry, I take that back. I wanted to thank the board for being as inclusive and kind as you have been. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Lynn. Next up is Bob Allen. No? Oh, okay. That's fine. Okay, all right. So that was the last public comment for non-agendized items. So next we will do 10.4 Association President's Report. So I think Tammy Castelluccio with the CSEA will be speaking.
Good evening. I'm Tammy Castelluccio, President of CSEA. I'd like to start this evening congratulating Christine Candelero and Tori Whitty for their nominations of Teacher of the Year, as well as the ACSA administrators recognized tonight. Before you this evening is resolution number 58-23-24, discontinuance of classified employees due to lack of work or funds. There were roughly 101 reductions or eliminations of staff. All of this, all if not most of these positions are because they're funded by external funds. Luckily, we have 40 open positions, so the number of affected staff is less. CSEA goes through layoffs every year because their positions are paid by external funds. We have not had this many in a while. This is never a fun time for CSEA, district management, and our employees, but we do it. Every employee, however, is entitled to a position with more or similar hours. Of course, that means that seniority is looked at, and if the employees choose to keep their hours, then the bumping process happens. They also have the right to take the reduction of hours and stay where they're at, as well as they are put on a 39-month rehire list. So if another position opens, they can hopefully be made whole sooner than later. I feel it is important for the community to understand what happens with classified employees, as this process does not happen with Servia or SEIU. Not to say that there are not cuts in those bargaining units, but the process is different. It has been said in the past that most of the employees know when they're hired that they are paid partially with external funds. So they're going into the position knowing that layoffs could happen when there's a lack of funds. I need to set the record straight. That is not a true statement. There are many employees, I'm sure, that do not know or understand that going into accepting the position. The people that work the hardest to work this process out is Simone Berwick and Kim Wolkenmuth in the classified HR department. I know these women have put in many extra hours and sleepless nights to get everything figured out and to get all of the notification letters ready. I want to thank them. This is a difficult time for them as well, and we truly appreciate the time and support they put in to support our classified employees going through this process. Most of the negotiations process for layoffs was seamless. Again, we do this every year. However, we were stuck on one item. CSEA provided management with our proposal and the rationale. Management came back and met us halfway, and we were able to reach tentative agreement, with the membership ratifying last night at a special ratification meeting. I can honestly say we were pleasantly surprised that management came back and met us halfway. In the past, we always felt that even with providing the rationale, that management stuck to what they believed was best, and CSEA was the one that needed to compromise or give in or just sign off on things. This time, that was not the case. The reason being, I believe, is due to the leadership of Melanie Jones, Assistant Soup of HR, and her team. We felt heard and we felt validated, and actions spoke louder than words. For that, I'm so grateful for Melanie and her team and their leadership. I would like to thank the district negotiations team, so Melanie Jones, Evan Powell, Evan Miller, and Linda Raleigh Tom. I would also like to thank the CSEA negotiation team, Mona Monger Milani, Jose Pinon, Joanna Canaparo, and CSEA labor rep Priscilla Elliott. We start reopening negotiations tomorrow for a 2-hour session and a 5 to 6 hour session scheduled for Thursday. My hope is that we will be able to reach tentative agreement on Thursday. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. And I just want to mention that we're also very grateful for you, Tammy, and for the CSEA membership. That's wonderful news. Thank you. So next up is Laura Finko with Servia.
Aloha, everyone. I'd like to acknowledge the Ohlone Nation, the Takan tribe. The Ohlone Nation is the indigenous people of the San Ramon Valley area, and I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge and pay respect to this ancestral land. My name is Laura Finko. I am the president of the San Ramon Valley Education Association, where I represent over the 1,700 non-managerial certificated personnel in this district. Want to do a huge shout out to the students and educators that were honored this evening. Kudos to all of them on their well-deserved recognition. I also need to echo accolades for Stone Valley. Now, I might be a bit biased considering that that's been my home for the last 30 years, and it is one of the reasons that I came to the San Ramon Valley. It is a truly amazing place, and Justin, if you're watching at home, I'm available anytime to continue the field day traditions, just saying. Speaking of amazing, I want to congratulate Bob Allen, our Servia LGBTQ Issues Chair, and all the GSA advisors and students on the incredibly successful GSA Forum, which was sponsored by Servia. Knowing they have a safe place in their schools is so important for all students, but in this world where there are still people who advocate for the elimination of who they are, for the elimination of their history, and for the elimination of pathways towards their future, I can't even put into words what it is like for these kids and what events like this forum mean. I'd like to thank our trustees for joining us at the El Costa School Board breakfast. It was great having all of you there and being able to break bread together. I'm not sure about the rest of you, but I was definitely enlightened by Assemblymember Alex Lee's keynote. It truly shined a light on just how important the upcoming parcel tax is for our students. Just last week, I was in a meeting with 29 of our best educators witnessing as they were told their positions were being eliminated. It was heartbreaking. As MTSS liaisons, these folks created systems for our students, especially those who struggle and are the most vulnerable, allowing each to access a curriculum and experience the success that all of our students deserve. They built bridges and helped our classroom teachers be better. Before the liaison program was in place, MTSS, or also known as multi-tiered systems of support, it was a grand idea, but there was little action. These dedicated educators brought it to life in our schools. Their contribution will be missed. And if passing Measure E and Measure F will potentially save even a fraction of this program, that in itself would be the reason enough to vote yes. But there's so much more. Continuing Measure E will attract and retain some of our highest skilled, experienced, and dedicated teachers. It will support innovative programs in our schools, including our career tech and preparing students for college. Measure F will support literacy and math. It will support providing classroom teachers that specialize in students with special needs, as well as counselors. And it will address our students' mental health needs. Last board meeting, Bob Allen had a visual that shows how affordable these measures are. I truly hope that our community will rise to the challenge, because we're not going to be able to change Sacramento, at least not in time for our students right now. So we need our community to be in partnership with us, because together we can ensure that our students can continue to have the best educators and the best of supports available to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Next up is our student board member report. Anya?
So it's only 2 weeks, so it's I don't have too much to share, but at our student senate meeting yesterday, we had a presentation on the parcel tax and offering students the opportunity to volunteer if they chose to support it and be involved in that. And I think it's great that we're integrating students into all of the district's efforts, and I think that's wonderful that students are made aware about it. We also talked about the search for a new superintendent after the bittersweet news of Dr. Malloy's resignation at the end of the year, and how students are going to be involved in that process and in those discussions. And we engaged in conversation on what we're looking for in our next superintendent and to continue that vision of inclusivity for all students in SRVUSD. We had a presentation on the Intro to Ethnic Studies course that'll become a graduation requirement. So that was presented to all of student Senate, and some of the senators have already had chances to engage with it before at committee meetings and such. But I think it's really valuable that we're making sure that students are aware of this, especially with our middle school senators, able to share that with their peers at the respective middle schools, just so that a lot of the we talked about how a lot of that pushback against the course oftentimes comes from a lack of awareness. And I think that it's great that we're spreading the word on what this is and why we have this course, and how it's also just meant to empower all students and to learn from the histories of groups that have been oppressed and how they pushed back, and that advocacy that goes into that. And really, I think it's just really inspiring. I also was able to meet with Dr. Malloy as well as President Bratt. We had great conversations, so I thank you for that. I was able to host student trustee office hours, which was really great. And I was also able to speak to a student robotics team who is spreading awareness on the importance of investing in STEM education and ways for it to be accessible and affordable to a lot of students. And I thought that was really cool, the technology that's out there for very low prices or for free if you're a student in a school district. And I look forward to bringing some of their input and suggestions to our Deep Learning and Innovation Steering Committee, just to see if there are ways to incorporate some of their input into our CTE work. And also this year I'm a senior, so I saw many of my peers voting. I unfortunately was not able to. I'll have to wait till November. But I think it was great. I think it speaks a lot to the work that our government teachers and our educators are doing to spread civic education. I know in my class and my peers' classes, we talked about who was on the ballot, the merits of voting, and I think a lot of people really took the opportunity to exercise their vote. And that was really great. I'm just really passionate about civic education, so it was just wonderful to see, and I thought I'd highlight it as well. But that's all I have to share.
Thank you, Anya. Next up, Dr. Malloy.
Thank you, President Pratt. And as our student board members shared, since our last board meeting, I did announce that I would be leaving San Ramon at the end of the school year to take on a national role with our Superintendents Association. And I'm not interested in speaking about that tonight, except to say that I want to highlight one thing that tonight shows. And I think that it speaks to the vision that you have set and the work that we do. I know that I've been asked by a number of our staff members, especially about, the challenge when there's change. But I do want to say that one of the things that I can speak to confidently, having been in 3 districts, is that it's never one role or one person that does anything without the direction of a board, working with an executive team, working with an entire staff, supporting students and community. And I have absolutely every confidence that that is in place and will take us forward. The reason why I want to highlight this is because one of the messages that we've been sharing over and over again, especially in the times that we're living in, is that to the extent that we can bring the majority of people around the same table, even if they disagree, to that extent, we will be strong. And even though there are times in our boardroom where we may not know that that is what's happening throughout our district, and that's partially because of what this forum sometimes invites. But I want to offer something that I wish our students were able to stay, because I saw that many of them needed to leave. They may be watching. If not, we'll share this message with them, because our students are teaching us something about this. Throughout all of our schools, we have been working on how to elevate student voice. And we always say it's not just about having a survey or calling a meeting. It's about creating conditions where students speak their truth to one another and to those of us who lead in formal positions. And the expectation is that there will be action. When you listen tonight and in other nights to the level of articulate, sophisticated, intelligent reflection, regardless of what the message was, I'm trusting like I'm pretty impressed with that. I'm pretty moved by that. But I'm going to take it one step further, because where I see us taking student voice is the next step. I can tell you right now in our schools, our students are leading the way of inviting different views into the same room. They're employing really important protocols of respect, and they're able to actually learn from one another with empathy and compassion. And in some of the cases I'm thinking about, they have sat in circles around issues that are really contentious in our society, whether they be issues around what's happening in Israel and Hamas and Palestine, whether it be issues of LGBT and anti-Black racism and such, whether it be any of the challenging issues that sometimes, if I can gently say, adults have a hard time being in the room together around, our students are showing us the way. That means that our community is engaged. That means our parents are involved. That means our staff is truly influencing, because it takes those kinds of conditions for students' voices to emerge like that. I know you as board members have gotten to experience what I'm talking about. I'm certainly moved when I'm there, but I want to share with our community that when our students sit in circles dealing with tough issues, they get to some amazing places of wisdom, insight, and perspective that I think we all can learn deeply from. And I'm grateful to our board for continuing to drive an expectation that student voice is at the center of everything we do. And I simply wanted to affirm our students for taking that leadership to the very next level. Anya, for your leadership around this circle, but to all students who are taking leadership across 35 schools to make a difference in our community. So I just wanted to highlight that tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Malloy. All right, so next we'll move on to action items and public hearings. So we have 11.1, consideration of board vote for the 2024 California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly election. I don't know, Trustee Hurd, if you want to.
Sure. So we do this every year. Quite often there's only 3 people to vote on, like there is this year, but I think last year we had 4 and we had to choose. When I got voted in as the director for our region, my spot here as an appointed delegate got opened up, and we as a group appointed Susanna. So I think it's odd that she's not showing on that list, but she's supposed to be on there. So we'll figure that out, but that doesn't affect this election at all. So there's 3 candidates, Mary Rocha, Yolanda Mendrick, and Marina Ramos. God, I know them all. It just was like a brain thing. And they all are current delegates and have done a good job. Yolanda has been a director before. So, I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward that we vote for all 3.
Does anyone have any questions? We do have one public comment. No? Okay. All right. So we have a public comment. Lisa Despro. Is Lisa Despro here? Is she gone? Okay. All right. So I guess if we have any comments, or we can make a motion, take action on this.
Would you like me to make the motion? Okay. I move we elect this, or put our vote in for the 3 candidates that are presented.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. Next up is 11.2, consideration of approval of new course proposal. So that's Executive Director of Instruction, Debbie Pettish.
Good evening. Hi again. Earlier this year, we brought forth several new course proposals, and we also have an addendum tonight that we wanted to bring forward, and that is a course proposal for honors choir. And the teacher is quite excited to be able to offer this opportunity, especially since we have that Prop 28 funding that is able to support this class.
Great. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions on the packet?
I just had one under UC approval. I was talking about you don't always get it on first try. And my only question for this was, what are the implications for students if they're taking a weighted course? If it's not UC approved, do they still get the weighted grade?
That's an exceptional question. So, if it eventually does not get UC approved, we would put that in the course catalog. Students would know, but almost certainly they would not take the class. So that is, definitely possible, but highly improbable because of the way this teacher from Monte Vista structured it. Typically you have 3 tries before school starts to get something approved.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So it'll be
Excellent
like,
question.
it'll be proactive in front of the students taking it. So it wouldn't be like they take it and then find out that it didn't get UC approved. Okay.
No, you're exactly right.
Perfect. That was it.
Thank you.
Great. And we're taking action on this. So we
I'd like to
do
move
not have public
approval
comment.
for the adoption of the honors choir course.
I second.
The motion was made by Board Member Ordway and seconded by Board Member Clark. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapen.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Debbie. All right, so next up is 11.3, consideration of approval of 25, 26, and 26, 27 instructional calendars. So that is Assistant Superintendent of HR, Melanie Jones.
Thank you. Before I get started in the presentation regarding this action item, I just wanted to point out we do have one correction to our recommendation this evening on the 25-26 instructional calendar, identifying that classified holiday should be on April the 6th instead of the 10th as it's identified. Okay. All right. So thank you. All right. So as part of our as part of the district's commitment to transparency and engaging our community, each year we seek feedback from our community with respect to the instructional calendar. And while some of the core elements of the instructional calendar remain the same, we feel it's really vital for us to solicit feedback from our community, which includes our parent, caregivers, and our staff as well. So this most recent survey was opened up to the community on November the 2nd, and it closed on November 13th. We received more than 1,200 responses to the survey this year. And although this was an increase to the responses to the instructional calendar surveys in comparison to previous years, I want to make sure that we note that it still is a low response rate based upon the fact that we have, so for example, the first category from parents and caregivers, we received 852 responses. And basically, because in comparison to the fact that we have 18,000 families, that only equates to about 4.7% of our parents and caregivers who responded to the survey. And before I continue, I just want to clarify that those individuals that took the survey were able to identify themselves based upon 3 categories: parents and caregivers, staff, or individuals who are both parents and caregivers and staff members. Okay. And then the next category we received for staff, 246 responses. And out of our 4,000 staff members, it equates to approximately 6.2%. The final category, encompassing both parents, caregivers, and staff members, we received 107 responses, and that's approximately 0.6% of families and 2.7% of staff. So just kind of wanted to give you a sense of overall the response rate that we received from the surveys overall. And as I shared prior to, while there's a number of core elements of the survey that are consistent every year, we still want to make sure that we are gaining important information and feedback from our community members. And in this particular survey, we asked our community members to provide their perspectives with respect to the calendar and how the calendar has either been beneficial or not beneficial to students and families and the community. Some top themes that came to light through the survey were that many of the individuals that completed the survey had an interest in school starting later in August or September after the Labor Day holiday. So you can see the response rate from parents and caregivers at 31%, staff at 18%, and both at 21%. What I want to point out, and we'll talk a little bit more about the parameters and kind of the core elements of the survey, is something really important. Those of you who are in the district and may have been around when we made a major shift to the instructional calendar approximately about 10 years ago, we kind of refined, we looked at and refined what our guiding principles and our parameters were for the instructional calendar. And that was in response to the feedback that we received from the community at that time. And the major shift during that time and the interest at that time was to address the social and emotional well-being of our students. Because back 10 years ago, for high school students, the final schedule did not take place until after the winter break in January. And so students and families and caregivers really felt that students did not get a true winter break at that time. And so there was a huge undertaking and community engagement around revisiting the parameters and the guiding principles with respect to the instructional calendar. And at that time, the decision was made to move high school finals prior to the winter break. And so in response to this particular item, it becomes challenging to respond in response to this because of that guiding principle and parameter. Okay. We would not be able to move the first day of school to later in August or September because that would not allow us to be able to provide those finals before the end of the first semester, before the winter break. And that is because the number of days provided in the first semester already are less than the number of instructional days during the second semester. And the reason for that being is that second semester is typically longer and there are extra exams in addition to the finals that takes place in the spring semester. The next top theme from the community survey had an interest in fewer school recess days, fewer minimum days, and consolidating potentially fall break and for a ski week. So you can see there we had a number of parents and caregivers, staff, and both staff and parents that had an interest in that. And then finally, we heard from the community a large percentage or an equivalent percentage that had an interest in making a change to the calendar were conclusive that they were happy with the calendar. So you can see there, it's pretty similar to those that have been interested in later in the start. So essentially, I think what I wanted to point out to you is that based upon the low response rate and the information and top themes that we received from the community input survey, there wasn't enough conclusive information for us to make some major shifts in the calendar. Now, I want to acknowledge and recognize the fact that there are some out there that may not agree and don't feel that the district is being responsive to the community for providing their feedback because they're not seeing the results in the changes to the calendar. I will say over the past several years, we've been able to respond to requests for minimizing the number of school recess days and minimum days, which we've been able to accomplish for the last few years. And so the next slide, I want to just kind of revisit the parameters for the instructional calendar and the guidance that we've been given in the past and let you know these are the major drivers for the development of the instructional calendar. If we want to revisit that, the parameters and the guiding principles, if the board would like us to do that, we can do that. But these are the actual parameters that have been guiding us for at least about the last approximately 10 years, the ones that have guided us in the current new calendars that we're bringing forward. And those are that in the state of California, we have to have 180 instructional days for students. Again, starting school in August so that finals end before the winter break. We need to have one work day in June so that classified employees can receive a June paycheck. Floating work days really provide that needed additional time for our educators to prepare grades and report cards. And then assessment and conference days, as well as community input. So based upon this information, I'm bringing forward a recommendation for your approval for the 25, 26, and 26 instructional calendars.
Does anyone have any questions?
I just have a comment. So I was here 10 years ago and I was before this board pleading with you to change the calendar because I want to acknowledge the elementary school parents because I totally get they'd like to have a longer summer. They'd like to start school later because their kids are in elementary school and they probably don't have a high school student. But what I saw in the high schools, the stress levels and the need for relief around many different things, but the calendar included, is what prompted me to, I know it's a sacrifice for some people to start school in August so that they can have a true winter break. And we even incorporated some of that into our homework policy, that there were certain break times during the year when they were not supposed to be assigned homework because they really need to have that break. And I think it's hard to appreciate that if you don't have a student in high school. But when they get there, I think, some of that opinion may change. So I understand it. I wish there was a better way that we could do it. But I still stand by that particular change because it affects so many of our high school students and secondary. And it was a way to relieve some of the stress that they have.
I'd like to add on to that because I completely agree with Shelley. I was part of that calendar committee and we struggled with certain parts. When you're looking at a change that big, you have to do it quietly with learning and discussion and you can't talk about it. And then all of a sudden there was the big rollout of it. One thing I would like, if you could make a note for the future, is in next year's survey, can we also ask what levels the people taking the survey are from? Because I think if we ever were to even entertain a change like that, it would be really helpful to know which audience that feedback is coming to. The other thing that I always said when I was on that committee is, do you remember when you were in high school and in college? Don't you remember that feeling? I was on a quarter system, and I think even people on semester systems in college usually end right before the holiday. And it was that feeling of, it was the first time I had a winter holiday break without that monkey on my shoulder going, go study, go study, go study. And I think most people can go back and remember what that felt like and imagine how great it would be to spend the holidays with your family without that I should be doing this kind of pressure, because it was game changing for our students. That first year it happened, I remember there were some kinks with Thanksgiving because there were some folks who said, we just moved it to Thanksgiving. So we made some changes there too. So I mean, I agree with you, Shelley. This was one of the most important changes we've made in this time that I've been on the board. And I would really fight hard to not willy-nilly ever take it away because it was very, very impactful.
Okay, well, I'm the third voice. I think I was in the same meeting with you too. At the time, I had one child in college and one in high school. The one, I saw it. I came to the board and I saw the difference, right? My older child in college, totally done, for winter break. And then my child in high school. And even though, yeah, final wasn't, for 2 or 3 weeks, into January, she couldn't really feel like she can take a break. Yeah, she didn't study like, every day or anything, but still it was like back of her mind. So, yeah. Same thing, I would really kind of keep supporting because it does speak to their mental health.
I do think it's really important the way you presented this. Those are almost like guiding principles, but they're not just, these are our principles. These are our constraints. These are why they are the way they were. And it was a challenge of how do you split the school year the way it does. And then Laura Faco, it was actually you. I read an explanation online where you made the point about all the testing in the spring that kind of evens it out. And so it works out, right? I do think that that June workday thing is something that the state of California or the pension system or whoever's driving that really needs to take a look at. Because if we used to not start school until after Labor Day, they didn't work in August. So you'd think somewhere along the line, somebody could come up with a way to calculate that. But it's helpful to know that that's what's driving why we bump into June.
Anya, did you have a question?
Yeah, so I first wanted to comment and say thank you that I never had to go through a high school experience where my finals were after winter break. That sounds horrible. But I also just kind of wanted to ask why we don't have students respond to the survey. I mean, like granted, of course, you're going to get some joke comments, but I was just wondering why we don't include students in the survey, or is there another way of that we receive student voice? I know you mentioned there was a calendar committee. Maybe we have students on that. I was just hoping for more clarification on that. And then my second question is I saw that there were links to calendars on religious holidays or holy days and observances, which I think is great that we're including that. And I was hoping that maybe you could speak to some of the work on. I've just been hearing that there is work that's being done to recognize diverse religious holidays. And I know that's really important to students as well. So I was hoping that you could maybe speak to some of that work as well.
Sure. In response to your first question, I want to acknowledge that a student voice was a topic that we discussed in cabinet this morning with respect to the instructional calendars. And due to our, the emphasis on student and the importance that the district places on student voice, that is something that we're planning to rectify for the future and make sure that we are providing students an opportunity to give us that feedback. So we agree on that. With respect to the religious holy days and observances, we have provided several years ago, we started to include the links to those calendars on the instructional calendars and providing our staff, our educators particularly, with information and front loading them, providing awareness when those religious holidays and observances are coming up, so they can take that into consideration as they're planning their academic experiences, projects, deadlines, homework, all of those things, and take that into account and know that and just provide an awareness of that. And we have made attempts in the past to be able to do what we can to provide to be very strategic with respect to placing school recess days and floating work days in alignment with religious holidays and observances. The challenge, to be quite honest, in doing that is that there's not enough school recess days and floating work days for us to cover all of the religious holidays and observances. And so for us to prioritize some over the other, really is not something that we want to do. We don't want to any unintended consequences and for any members of our community to feel that we're prioritizing one group over another. And so we want to provide the information, links to the calendars, and then make sure that our schools and our educators are aware that they're coming and they can take that into consideration as they plan.
No, I really appreciate that explanation because I think a lot of students either they don't know about this work or they're curious about it. So I think it's really great to know that. So thank you.
I have a quick question. So I noticed that on both calendars that the last day is on a Thursday. So does that mean that graduations will be on Thursday instead of Friday evening for those years? I know this year it's on Thursday as well, but I'm assuming 25 it's on a Friday. So the high school graduations, will they be on Thursday evening?
So
for those
it is
2
on the
years?
Friday for the 25-26
Right.
and 26-27.
Am
Last
I-
day of school.
What did I misread it? I thought it said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Thursdays.
apologize. That's correct.
Yeah, so it's the 4th, Thursday, the
Yes.
4th, and then,
Yes.
so graduations will be on Thursdays?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, I think that that's an important thing to communicate to families that does affect, who can come, those types of things, so.
And I believe that's the case this year.
It is, yeah. But it felt like this year was kind of an outlier in my understanding of past graduations that had been on a Friday. Does it look like that then will be the norm moving forward since those next 2 years? And then is there any way to have some flexibility with that, to have the ceremonies, the walking be on Fridays, or is that opening up a whole can of worms?
We certainly can revisit it. I think one of the challenges, with one of these years, we had leap year. So
Yeah,
that affects it
yeah.
also. And then making sure that there's only so much flexibility that we have in terms of, if we're going to push out the number of instructional days. Okay, for example, then that means we need to add in another school recess day or a floating work day, or you know what I mean? Because there's only 180 instructional days. So we can find a combination or a formula to make that happen. It just, it's give and take. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Old normal, Friday was the day after finals. Final school ended on Thursday, and so it must have been that Friday was work day then, right?
And then, so then the ceremony was on Friday, and that's not doable because of the number of.
And the feedback that we've received from our educators is that it's really difficult when graduation is on the last day of finals. Yeah.
Right.
So that is a challenge.
But so then.
So that would be an argument for
having.
And actually, I need to
walking
correct
on
myself
Friday.
because we had this conversation at the table. And I know that identifies the last day as the 4th, but we did discuss the fact that that very topic during this last negotiation session of these calendars and identifying the Friday for the graduation. So I'll have to go back and double check, but I believe for this time, now that I'm recalling it, it was the Friday.
Oh, okay.
Not on the last day of finals is what we
Right.
discussed.
So the ceremonies would be on Friday, both of
That's
those
my
years, you
understanding,
believe?
my recollection,
Can
but
you-
I'll have
yeah.
to verify that. And
Can
we'll
you
make
verify?
sure that when we communicate, when we include these on the calendar, that we communicate that very clearly to the community.
Okay, good. Okay. All right. And then I wanted to mention too, with the diverse holidays, that I know a couple of years ago, it was pre-equity steering committee. It's probably like 2019, 2020, where we had a climate and culture subcommittee, I don't know what it was called. And we talked about, I was in one of the working groups, so we talked about that, kind of bringing in, aligning some of the holidays, or some of the work days and the recess days with some of the holidays. And it felt like that had shifted a little bit, and we were doing that. I know you had mentioned that we didn't want to have to choose, but there still are some recess days that kind of land on different
Yes,
holidays.
and I think it has to do with, and again, we want to make sure that we're not prioritizing one set of religious observances over another.
And to be totally honest, just we are, because of, Christmas break and Thanksgiving and Easter, Good Friday. I don't know, maybe we don't do that anymore, but it doesn't, I mean, it's,
Understood.
it's the status quo, so.
And I think that what we try to do is to be very strategic with respect to where we're placing those school recess days and floating work days to try to, be supportive of our community needs and what our students are particular observances, or align them with conference days and things like that. So it is challenging.
It's a balance,
It's because we can't do them all.
Yeah.
And so, as much as we'd like to be able to provide that, it's just not, there's just not enough days to be able to.
Yeah. But we are making an effort to do it when we can, right? Is that correct?
We're making an effort, but at the same time, it's extremely challenging. And so I just, I think that what I don't want to say is that, or what I do want to say is that I think that we want to recognize, we want to acknowledge, and we want to bring awareness, and we want to be as supportive to the community as possible.
Great. That sounds great. Thank you. And then I just wanted to kind of acknowledge too, with that shift of starting earlier, one of the benefits is, around things like CASP testing, things around AP testing, that provides more educational days before those testings, to be, so that students have more opportunity to learn before they're coming up to those tests, which is valuable for all students, not just high school students. So, all right.
Okay.
So I believe we need to take action on this. Is that correct, or am I? Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the 25-26 and 26-27 instructional calendars.
I'll second.
The motion was made by Board Member Clark and seconded by Board Member Hurd. Roll call vote, Board Member Iapan,
Aye.
Board Member Hurd,
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee,
Aye.
Board Member Ordway,
Aye.
Board Member Clark,
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Melanie. All right, so next we move on to 11.4, consideration of adoption of resolution number 58, 23-24, discontinuance of classified employees due to lack of work and or funds. And that is Mrs.
Me
Jones again.
Yes, okay. And so this resolution that we bring before you this evening is a resolution to reduce certain positions within the classified service for the 24-25 school year due to lack of work and lack of funds. And as we previously shared, the district and CSEA have negotiated and reached a tentative agreement due to the reductions and the eliminations of these certain positions.
Great, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Nope. All right. Do we want to take action?
I regretfully move approval, but we have to do this.
Second.
regret.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote, Board Member Iapan,
Aye.
Board Member Hurd,
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee,
Aye.
Board Member Ordway,
Aye.
Board Member Clark,
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next we have 11.5. Yes, 11.5, consideration of adoption of resolution number 62/2324, discontinuance of certain certificated particular kinds of services for the 24-25 school year.
Thank you. This resolution is a recommendation for your approval for the elimination of teachers on special assignment, a total of 29 FTE. Unfortunately, these positions were one-time categorical funding that is sunsetting at the end of this school year. And so we're bringing forward the recommendation regretfully as well that we have to provide a recommendation for the elimination of these positions.
Yes, does anyone have any questions, or we do have one public comment? Do we want to?
Can we do the comment?
Yep. Yeah, so Kim Peters. Thank you for waiting. I know you had originally had.
Good show at the board. Hello again. Kim Peters. I'm at Los Cerros Middle School. And I really feel very strongly about the cutting of these MTSS liaison positions. In large part because of my MTS liaison, Jamie Shackelford, who has done such incredible work at our school. So I wanted to share my disappointment with the district for eliminating the MTSS positions. You have invested all of this time and money into a group of people that have made major impacts on our campuses. And I am one voice of many. We have successful programs in place because of our MTS liaison. We have teachers finally being supported in terms of tiered intervention, something that we never had before. Jamie Shackelford, my site liaison, is our resident expert on programs like Elevate, FastBridge, M-Class, Lexia, Learning Ally, EduClimber, and the list keeps going. She gathers data to support teachers and to inform instruction, as well as identify students for before and after school intervention. She is our support for students who would have otherwise fallen through the cracks. She's our support for teachers when students need another approach. She collaborates with our admin team to implement district-wide initiatives. And this is just naming a few of the many hats that she wears. How are these programs going to continue? Who is going to take these huge tasks on? Our admin's plates are overflowing. And at Los Cerros, we only have a 0.5 assistant principal. And our teachers, you know, as teachers, you always have ask after ask. I don't feel confident that there is a plan in place to support our staff. After these positions are cut, I feel like the carpet has been pulled out from under us and all of this incredible work is going to end. I hope that you understand what a detriment this is to our students, staff, and community. And I truly hope that there's something in the works to support and continue this work. I really have seen the impact. I've been a part of the things that Jamie has implemented at our campus, and I know this work spans across the district, and I'm truly saddened that it is getting cut.
Thank you, Kim. Does anyone have any questions?
I don't have questions. I have comments, so I'll let questions go first. Oh, so Kim, thank you for your remarks. I know I personally, and I'll let the others speak for themselves, this is one of the hardest things I'll ever vote on. The need for these positions was such a long time coming. And the money we received from the state and from the federal government to deal with the aftermath of COVID created the opportunity to finally do this. And I'm so glad to hear straight from your mouth about the impact that it has had on your school. I've seen it in every school visit that I've been on in the last 2 years. And I really don't want this work to stop. I think when we initially put the liaisons in place, the hope was that the system could get built and then it could go. What we, I think, know is that it doesn't just go because it takes people to make it go. But there's also other aspects to it, which I think administration will talk about in the coming months about things that liaisons can do, yet they can't do because they're not supervisors, right? And so you asked, what's the plan? What can we do? We can all get going and work on Measure F. And that's all I'm going to say because I'm not allowed to say much of it from this dais. But if you don't know what that means, go back and listen to what Ms. Laura Finko said during her remarks because she nailed it. That's what we can do. It doesn't mean we'll replace those 28 positions, but it means we'll have a way to figure out how to fill that hole. It might look different, but that need does not go away. And at least I understand that, and I suspect everyone else does.
I just want to second everything Rachel just said. I am sick to have to do this. But at this point where we are with our budget and the state and the uncertainty and all of that, I feel like we have to. And I have seen also in every school I've visited, the incredible impact that all of the liaisons have had. And if there's any way in the future that we can make it work, I think I for one, that's the first thing that I think that we want to hang on to. So it's one of those gut-wrenching decisions that you have to make if you're in this position, but I really appreciate you coming and staying here all evening to let us know how important and how great a job that not only your liaison is doing, but all the liaisons that are in all of our schools and the incredible impact they have had on our students.
This is absolutely heartbreaking for me because I worked with Jamie. Jamie, I knew what a wonderful teacher she was at Twin Creeks with me. And now hearing, what a incredible MTSS liaison she is. Okay, I'm not supposed to advocate or anything, but yes, we need to get partial tax. Just so we have the funds to continue our work with our students and our educators. And not only, our MTSS, but I was a classified employee when I was working with Jamie. So we want to make sure that perhaps we have the funding, the resource to also support our classified employees as well as our MTSS educators. So.
Can I ask a question? And this applies to both classified and certificated. Will there be opportunities as other employees retire so that the staff will have positions in the fall, or can you explain? Yeah.
So yes, that is an excellent question. Thank you for bringing that up. So Educators with employment rights with the district will be reassigned back to the classroom. Many of them will go back to their original school site prior to becoming a liaison. And so our Director of Certificated Human Resource, Carrie Vandestar, will be working closely with them to identify, to kind of get some information with respect to their preferences and then be reassigning them back to the classroom for next school year.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I think that, I remember when we approved the MTSS liaisons and we had these one-time funds and we saw the need and with the leadership, staff leadership, and we're really able to build it out in a way that I think is one of the shining lights of our district that folks around the country see and model. And I think it's been incredibly valuable. And I think that as we look at finding other revenue sources, that we need to remember that as we're looking at how we're going to be spending funds, how we hope to spend funds in the future. Because this was, extremely valuable, and to everyone's point, I've seen it at the school sites too, and it's it was I keep using this word transformative, but it was. I mean, you really saw how the support in the classroom for the teachers and those individual students that needed different levels of support. So
A totally new way of using and looking at data, individual student data to serve their needs. And to me, that was the real additional component. And hopefully now we know how to do that. Those teachers will get reassigned back into other positions. They won't forget everything they learned. It'll be harder for them to be coaching everybody else, but at least hopefully that knowledge isn't gone and we can figure out a way to plug the hole rather quickly. Yeah. That's also why one of the requested additions to our minutes related to our budget workshop was added, because we had said something about principals, but we didn't get to include the discussion we had about for the MTSS support, right? And so that's why I wanted to make sure we captured that.
Anya, did you have anything to add, or I saw you taking notes, so I didn't want to skip over.
I mean, I've had a chance to talk to some of the MTSS liaisons, whether at committees, and they bring valuable insight, and it's good to know they'll be reassigned and still be able to bring that work to their own classroom and with their fellow colleagues. But it's really unfortunate that we're losing that support. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
I just want to offer a comment from our cabinet seat that the challenge of any reduction conversations is that they have to be made for all the reasons that have been discussed publicly, but they aren't communicating a value judgment. And so we are committed from the cabinet perspective to bring to you as the board any strategies that could emerge that allow us to hold on to what we know are the most effective aspects of our strategic work. Part of the challenge is our budget. And another part of our challenge is legislated timelines regarding when we need to give people notice if there is a chance that that position won't continue. We're bumping up into all of those things. There is time between now and next August, and we will do whatever we can to provide the appropriate supports. But I would say that, to your point, President Bratt, one of the elements of our district that is actually held up, people are coming to visit, and we are seeing the impact, is how the whole system is working right now. Again, I don't mean to over communicate this. You've created clear direction around what you expect. Our job is to focus on each and every student. Data isn't a number, it tells a story. Teaching people a literacy around that so that it becomes more automatic has been the goal. And our liaisons working with our administrators have hit it right out of the park, if I can use that metaphor. So this isn't about value. This is about unfortunate challenges related to one-time funding that we used, as Rachel Hurd shared. And we are absolutely committed to figuring out, as we move into the last part of this year and as new information emerges and hopefully other funding sources emerge as well, that we can bring back to you a plan that doesn't in any way negate how important this has been. So I want to put that commitment on the table from a cabinet perspective.
Great, and I believe we have to take action on this.
All right, Rel, regretfully, very regretfully, probably the hardest vote I've ever done. I make a motion to adopt the resolution of the discontinuance of certain certificated particular kinds of services for 2024-2025.
I'll second.
The motion was made by Board Member Clark and seconded by Board Member Vanzi. Roll call vote, Student Board Member Iapan,
Aye.
Board Member Hurd,
Aye.
Board Member Vanzi,
Aye.
Board Member Ordway,
Very reluctantly, aye.
Board Member Clark,
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you, Melanie. Next, we have 11.6, public hearing for the joint initial proposal for labor negotiations between the San Ramon Valley Unified School District and the School Employees International Union, SEIU, for the 23-24 school year. So this is an opportunity for the public to make comments. I don't know, we don't seem to have any public comments. Does anyone have any questions for Melanie? Nope. Okay. All right, so I need to tap the gavel to open the public hearing. We don't have public comments, so now I'm going to close the public hearing. Sorry, I jumped ahead. I should have hit that right away. All right, so next 11.7, consideration of acceptance of the joint initial proposal for labor negotiations between the San Ramon Valley Unified School District and the School Employees International Union, SEIU, for the 23-24 school year.
Thank you. My final item for the evening, I am pleased to bring forward a joint initial proposal for reopener negotiations with SEIU for the articles attached and identified. And once approved by the board, we will work with SEIU to also commence the negotiations process very soon.
Does anyone have any questions? Nope. All right. So we need to make an action. Can I have an action to approve item 11.7?
I move to approve item 11.7 for this joint initial proposal with SEIU.
I second.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Vanzi. Roll call vote, Student Board Member Iapan,
Aye.
Board Member Hurd,
Aye.
Board Member Vanzi,
Aye.
Board Member Ordway,
Aye.
Board Member Clark,
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. Next, we have 11.8, consideration of adoption of the home to school transportation plan for 24-25, and that is Assistant Superintendent of Business Operations, Stella Kemp.
Good evening, trustees. So finally, my turn. This evening, I wanted to share with you that there was a typo found on page 3 of the home to school transportation plan. The balance, which is the over expenditure district compared to the reimbursement from the state, should read 4,524,893. So this is the second year that we're bringing this to the board for consideration. This is an update to the plan that was developed last year. It's not a new plan, and it's a requirement for us to bring this to you for consideration so that we can show to the state that we have developed a plan for home to school transportation. And as a reminder, the district only provides transportation to students who are in our special education program. The rest of the students have access to the traffics program, and we do have a fee waiver process in place for students who seek the fee waivers.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, the typo's in the wrong spot, Stella.
Evan, come up.
The typo is in the revenue number. It should be 4715, and then the number goes from there. And if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong, but you talked me through how that upper part works. And so I just want, if we are submitting
Right.
this plan, for it to be
Yeah.
accurate.
Mr. Miller, would you please speak to that?
I'm sorry, so Rachel,
So in the upper part where it's calculating the
estimated
revenue,
60% reimbursement is,
the 60% reimbursement number's right.
and so it's
It's a subtraction that gets you to the
total revenue.
I'm sorry, we were moving too quickly. We were reviewing it today then.
You're looking at total revenue over total expenses to get you think that,
It's just a silly little error, but should be 4,715,000.
Yeah, you're correct. So
Oh.
4,715,402. So the bottom line number is incorrect. I knew I was off in the 10,000th
Yeah, and
place.
so it was when I asked the question, you misunderstood which line, but yeah, it was just a midterm calculation.
Trustee Hurd gets the math award.
Well, no,
Thank
it's
you.
just
Well,
when I'm
oh, it's
looking at a
good.
spreadsheet and I was trying to figure out how the rows interrelated, and then Stella walked me through that, and I'm like, great, and we hung up, and then I'm like, no, it's still not right, and so.
We appreciate good math.
Well, next time we're just going to copy the spreadsheet and put it in there instead of transferring the numbers. Yes, regardless. Thank you. Thank you.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd. Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Rat.
Aye.
Brat. Let me get that out. The motion passes 5-0.
I actually saw a rat on my walk today, a dead one, right by Doherty Valley High School. All the students were looking at it. Anyway, sorry. Okay, so next we'll move on to 11.9, consideration of acceptance of the 23-24 second interim budget report. So that is Ms.
All right.
Milliken again.
Yes. Okay. So you, excuse me. So the budget updates that we bring to you each year is, the budget is always a projection that's adopted in June. And then we have our unaudited actuals that kind of trues up the end of the previous year. And we have our 45-day revise. It all kind of happens at the beginning of the school year. And then we have our first interim report in December, which kind of is a good true up of where we are with the budget. But as things are changing, particularly in our multi-year projections, and you're going to see in this, the new COLA estimates for next year, I want to just remind the board that we got some information from the state that it looks like the revenues are actually looking a little bit better. So we don't know what's going to happen going into next year. It's still kind of a, who knows what's going to happen. So we'll have to wait to the May revise and to see what the state does with the board of with the budget adoption. That being said, we have our second interim report, really truly trues up many things that we have in our budget to see where we are. As you know, we did make some adjustments, and Evan will talk about that in a few minutes. And we'll share that with you, and then we'll go through the certification.
All right, thank you, Dr.
Over to you.
Kemp. Good evening, trustees, distinguished members of cabinet, staff, and members of the public. I'm happy to be here this evening to present our second interim budget report. We will be talking about the second interim report, our general fund overview, multi-year projections, and then certifying the budget. Just a quick reminder of the timeline. We are here at the second interim. This shows all of the statutory budgets that we are required to bring to the board. But this is actuals through January 31, and it is due to the county by mid-March. And then just a quick reminder about the purpose and statutory process here. Again, a reminder, the second interim is a snapshot in time of our updated projection based on actuals through January 31, and then the most recent information available for both our current and subsequent fiscal years. Following tonight's presentation, the governing board is required to certify to the district's ability to meet its financial obligations for the current and 2 subsequent fiscal years. As either we will meet, which is a positive status, we may not meet, which is qualified, or we will not meet, which is negative, and we will be recommending a positive certification of the second interim budget. So kind of big picture for the current year, comparison to what we brought here at first interim. So enrollment slightly higher. That is our census day enrollment. So we do not expect it to change anymore. Average daily attendance is also slightly higher than what we brought at first interim. Our P1 data, which was certified after first interim, showed about a 96% ratio. We know that our ratio does tend to fall by P2. And so we have adjusted upwards to about 95.6%. And then big picture revenue and expenditures, we'll get into more details on subsequent slides, and then a breakdown by salaries of certificated, classified, the associated benefits, and then any non-personnel expenditures. So those are the changes from our first interim report, and we'll get into the details here on the upcoming slides. So on the revenue side, of that 5.43 million increase, about 2.6 was for unrestricted revenue. Of that, about 1.6 increase to LCFF revenue, and then the balance is local unrestricted revenue, primarily interest revenue. So we have some pretty high balances at the county and higher interest rates than we've had in the past. Also some about $500,000 increase to our federal allocations, and then $2.3 million increase to site restricted revenue, which is primarily external sports, so ed funds and athletic boosters. On the expenditure side, increase of $15.5 million in certificated personnel costs, primarily because of the tentative agreement, but there are other changes in there as well. A decrease of classified personnel costs, primarily due to unfilled positions. So those are savings that we have that we have accumulated from having unfilled positions so far this year. Some of the other things that we've discussed last week, the delay in instructional material adoption. There are supplies in the arts, music, and instructional discretionary block grant that we have pushed out to future years. We have swept some unencumbered supplies and services budgets at the department level. And then there were some increases from site donations and non-public agency tuition. So, $12.5 million in expenditure increases. As we move on to the multi-year projections, I wanted to spend a little bit more time on our enrollment and ADA projections, just to make sure both the board, but also the public really understand how this mechanism works, because there have been lots of changes in the past few years. So we have our blue line, which shows enrollment from 2014-15 through the current year, and then the 2 subsequent years. And the orange line is our P2 actual ADA. We are funded on our prior 3-year average ADA. So here we are in 23-24. We've highlighted down below those 3 years that we use. I think it's really important to point out that 2020, 2021, ADA was higher than enrollment. That was because the COVID year, and they gave us our prior year ADA, and they said we could just use it as our funded ADA for the next year. So when we average those 3 years, it gives us for 23-24 an ADA that is also higher than our current year enrollment. So that's primarily because of that 1 year, it was so much higher than the rest of them. So for next year, when we begin to project out our enrollment, we're using that 95.6% for both the current and subsequent 2 years. We will average these 3 years, 21-22 through this year. That funded ADA is 28,438, which is about 1,000 students less than what we are being funded on this year. So we just really wanted to point out that this is a pretty steep drop. This is the cliff that we've been talking about, and next year we will be seeing it combined with a much lower COLA than what was projected when the state adopted the current year budget. Does mean a lower revenue in the upcoming year. I mean, I don't know, I wanted to walk through all of this because I think it is really important for everybody to understand.
And I'm going to stop here for just a second because this is the crux of the funding sort of confusion out there. Even though our enrollment is higher than the funded ADA, we still have the ongoing expenses. And this is a challenge at the state level regarding the funding, how they go about funding public schools. And I know that for years we've been advocating through our different organizations to ask the state to go to enrollment funded funding formulas for school districts. And this is the challenge that we face, and I think other school districts across the state of California faces with the declining enrollment and the attendance kind of change since COVID.
The last thing I'll say that makes this really complicated and hard to project is that prior year ADA can and still does change. So we recently received a waiver from the CDE for last year when we had to close Charlottewood for a day. They just approved it 2 weeks ago. We just submitted that updated ADA to the state last week. And so even this projection, I know that the ADA for 22-23 is actually incorrect. It's higher, right? It's about 6 students higher. So those changes happen all the time. Or maybe not all the time, but they do happen. And so what I know is that what we are presenting is ADA for a single point in time, the information that we had at that time. And I know that it's already, so I think that's the other part where things get confusing is that it feels like the data changes and so then our projections will change. Anyway, so moving on from just enrollment in ADA, we can see here over the course of the 3-year period, we still do expect enrollment to continue to fall. We'll note that as compared to first interim, we think it is going to, we're projecting that it will fall a little bit more slowly in that 3rd year. So this is a result of kind of taking some of the information from that Davis demographic report that came. So before we had about 500 students a year. We still project that we'll lose 500 students next year, but the following year it's down to 400 students. And so we do think that it will flatten a little bit, but we're staying conservative, I think, with our enrollment projections. ADA is projected to be slightly higher again than what we brought at first interim at 95.6 instead of 95.1. We continue to see our unduplicated percentage continue to rise. That COLA in the 2nd year and 3rd year are lower than what we had at first interim. And then cost pressures especially on PERS continue to rise. So those are higher than what we brought at our adopted budget. So when we roll all of that together, I think that the big things that we want to point out here are the effect of all of that ADA and COLA on our LCFF revenues. So in the upcoming year, a drop of about $8.3 million in LCFF revenue. And then I think the other thing that I wanted to point out here is that very bottom line above the total other adjustments. Those are the $10 million in budget reductions that we discussed last week at the board meeting. So they are not incorporated into the line items. They still stand out as another adjustments. At adopted budget, we will have those all incorporated into the actual budget that gets adopted. And then effect on fund balance. So we can see in this previous slide, that we are still spending more than we are projected to receive. And the effect on the fund balance, so it does get down to $18 million by the 3rd year out, of which 17.3 is restricted. But we can see that we do make our reserve for economic uncertainties is met at 3% each year. And we stay below that reserve cap of 10% in each year. So while we do think there's probably additional work here to be done, it is a positive budget that we are recommending, because we are able to meet that REU for the 3 years. Some of the headlines that we wanted to point out here, one-time restricted funding will be spent down over this period. So COVID funding is pretty much is exhausted at the end of this year, but we just still have educator effectiveness block grants, our arts and music instructional material block grants, as well as the learning recovery emergency block grant that we will continue to spend. Again, ADA and enrollment, we think we always need to discuss. The arts and music, I think all of these revenue things feel like hard things, except for the arts and music, arts and music in schools. So we really look forward in the coming months to bringing you an update on everything that has happened in the current year, and then the plans that I think we're pretty excited about that are being put into place for next year. And then parcel tax, a reminder that we included assumption of the renewal being approved, but not the layer. So there could be additional revenue in the subsequent years of this. Then on the expenditure side, continued pressures. Reminder that certificated staffing does adjust to ADA, and then those $10 million in ongoing reductions. So with all of that, the positive certification recommendation, because we believe this budget does show that we will be able to meet our obligations in the current and subsequent years and meet that minimum required reserve for economic uncertainties. So with that, upcoming milestones, mid-May is where we'll see the governor's May revised budget, and then in June we will be bringing our adopted budget. And with that, questions or comments?
Does anyone have any
that
questions?
we're not counting our chickens before they're hatched. One way to rationalize also not taking away the funding from the existing parcel tax is it does have another year till it goes out. But if you look at the next 2 out years, would we still be positive in our reserves if we lost 6.8? I didn't capture the numbers in my head.
Go ahead.
Without the parcel tax being renewed, 25-26 would probably not be positive. It is an assumption that helps us keep the positive certification.
Oh, because they're
Right. So because you're permitted to assume a renewal of an existing parcel tax, that allows us then to assume a positive certification. But if the renewal does not go through, we would be looking at,
okay, so just
qualified.
underscores that much more.
And we would have time, because that would be 25-26, so we would have another year.
Okay.
And this is why we went out early
Right.
for consideration.
I'm probably gonna be asking the same question in a different way, but the 24-25 year and the total ending fund balance, well, it's not going away yet, so that's why it's included in. But then the 25-26 assumes renewal of, but not supplemental.
Right.
So I guess the interesting thing about that, like, that was one slide that stuck out to me in all these slides too, is the like really rapid drawdown of the total ending fund balance amount. And it seems to go almost, it's close to that line of the 10 million in cuts that we discussed at the workshop, plus the parcel tax. And so it could get really scary really quick.
Yes.
The COLA being almost nothing too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So that was a concern when I saw that. That was the thing that jumped out. I just wanted to make sure I understood it.
Yeah.
Yes. And if I could just add that I think it's important for our board to understand, which I know you do, but also our community, that when we look at what the state requires legally, and of course we would fulfill our contractual obligations, it is limited what is expected of us. It would not, in my opinion, suffice. So if we were not to be able to gain other revenues, we would have to bring forward another reduction plan in order for us to have a positive certification. And we heard tonight that where the argument then comes in is, I don't believe our community understands that if we just used our dollars to the letter of the law or to fulfill our contractual obligations, there would be limited extra. And we still have extra, even though it feels lean. And that's why I think it's really important for us to understand that there would need to be further reductions in order to stay positive.
I have a question kind of comment. I have a tendency to bring this up every time. So in terms of unduplicated count, I know that there's no longer a free lunch program in a sense that you don't sign up for it, that it's, you know, universal lunch for everybody. So how are we ensuring that we're capturing the full number of unduplicated in our district?
So there are alternative methods to capture. It's called the alternative income form. This year, we pushed it out to all new families to the district, kind of, I won't say ad hoc, but we pushed it out as a separate communication. And the upcoming year, it is built into both the enrollment and the annual update process. So it will be something that every family has to see. They can put in the information or they can skip it, but we hope that along with some additional communication around the importance of filling out the form will help us to continue to capture that information.
Yeah, that's great. And I don't know if this is legal, but if it is, asking, I didn't mean that as, but making sure that people understand, if it's possible, what that threshold is, because there may be some folks that don't consider themselves to be you know, someone who's at a socioeconomic level, but then when they see that, because in our community, the poverty level is much higher than it is in, for example, northern Wisconsin, where I grew, you know what I mean? So I don't know if that's possible to kind of have that, you know, statement stating what unduplicated, the definition of unduplicated, because there may be, you know, I'm sure there will be many people that choose not to disclose their income, but if they knew that, if some of them knew that some of that disclosure it might impact funding.
Absolutely. We can go back and look at the forms to make sure that we're clear about this.
Yeah, because you're not asking, are you unduplicated? You're asking, do you fit any of these categories? But then how do you politely say, and it helps things if you do, if you are. You
And
know?
I believe that we do already, but we'll double check. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Evan, I really appreciate the detailed report that you give and the narrative. I know a lot of people say, just talk in sound bites, but it helps to read it because it's like you talking us through it. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's a tough juxtaposition between some of the cuts that we discussed earlier today, but these are the real dollar and cents issues that we as board members are struggling with and trying to grapple with, and it's just a real thing. And yeah, thanks for providing the information and clarity on the decisions we have to make.
Thank you. And I believe we take action on this. So may I have action to approve item 11.9?
I move approval.
I'll second.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote. Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Can I add one more comment? Evan, I think it was really helpful how you showed the graph with the 3 years and the dot and the arrow. That's a really good slide.
Thank you. Thank you, Stella and Evan. All right, next we'll move on to 11.10, approval of services agreement contract with Leadership Associates to conduct a superintendent search. So Leadership Associates are here this evening to present their consulting services, I believe. They're coming in. Okay, great. And answer any questions the board has prior to or taking action on the contract. Each of has at our desk a printout of the revised timeline to review. We did make some adjustments. So this adjusted timeline will allow us to wrap up the process in May rather than June, which is what the original proposal had. So I don't know. They're virtual. I didn't realize that. I was waiting for them to walk before. I'm that tired. So we have consultants Dennis Smith, Sally Frazier, and Jackie Horia.
Horace.
Thank you. Thank you, Horsch. Thank you. So you will be presenting the proposal to us?
We would. Would you like first to be in now?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dennis Smith, and I think Cindy, if we have just a real short PowerPoint too that might assist a little bit in the search process, but thank you. And Cindy, if you can move it along, that would be great. To the next slide. As I said, my name is Dennis Smith. I'm the lead search partner for Leadership Associates. And matter of fact, I was involved in the search with Sally Frazier that brought Dr. Malloy in 4 years ago. And this is the work that we all do now since we've retired as superintendents, and we're engaged in search work and governance and working with school districts across the state. Sally and Jackie, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Sally Frazier. And as Dennis said, I was involved with the last search and actually the last 3 searches. So I went go back as far as Mary Sheridan. And so I've enjoyed working with San Ramon Valley in the past. And you can see that I had been Madera County Superintendent of Schools and obviously with Leadership Associates now for about 12 years. I'm happy to be here this evening. Jackie?
And good evening, board members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and to present to you this evening. My name is Jackie Horish. It is a Czechoslovakian name, which is why the spelling of the name probably doesn't pronounce the way that you might think. I have been with Leadership Associates and have been doing searches since I retired. And I retired after 9 years of being the superintendent in Union Elementary School District in San Jose. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you so much.
Good, thank you. We'll go to the next slide. We only have a few here. As we work with the board, and we've done this now for, as Sally said, the last 3 searches, we also have a team behind us of 4 individuals, and specifically Linda Harder would be working with Cindy and the team as a support to her throughout the entire search process. We also have these other 3 individuals who are our support team members. Go ahead to the next slide, if you would. Leadership Associates, many of you know who we are, but we consider ourselves to be the premier search firm in California. We've done over 650 searches since 1996, executive searches, and we currently do about 66, almost 70% of the searches done by search firms in California. And that's just a sampling. As Sally said, we've done the last 3 searches in San Ramon, but San Mateo and Mount Diablo, and we could go on, but these are some districts that are similar and in close proximity to San Ramon Valley. Go ahead. And then one of the things is, as you get to know us, we also have 30 partners, or excuse me, 25 partners across the state. And each of these individuals, Sally and Jackie and myself, will be working directly with the board on the search process, but we also have these individuals who support us throughout the state. And just as John came from Canada and Rick Schmidt, as a matter of fact, from Southern California, we don't know where the next superintendent will be. So as Jackie and Sally and I work with you, we draw on our colleagues across the state to look at outstanding candidates that fit the profile that's established by the board. Sally, the next slide. And we can move all together.
Yeah. Whoever, if we could just put all the transitions in now, I think it might be easier to see it. Thank you. Want to make sure that you understand that this search would start and end with the board, and that first meeting is that initial meeting, which we will talk a little bit about when we get to reviewing the calendar. It sets the stage for the entire search. Not only gives us what you're looking for in your next superintendent, but it also helps us get the calendar together so that we can let potential candidates have that final date of interview. A very important component is the input sessions. Once we've spoken with the board, we speak with a variety of groups that you select from throughout your district. We do it in person. We can do it in person. We find that virtual is highly desirable in today's world. And then we also have an online survey that can stay on for 10, 12 days, which allows for a lot of participation from people. We get a tremendous outpouring of people responding to the survey. The important importance of all this information is it becomes the basis not only for our position description, but it also helps us in directing questions, suggested questions to you for the interview process. And then when we have conversations with potential applicants, we talk with them about what we've learned, because what we want to try to have them think about, as well as our own thoughts about, how they match up with the position and the interest and the skill set you're going to need. So we gather a lot of that information through this initial process here. Then going into the recruitment and campaign for reaching out, you'll see a slide that will share many of the activities we do in terms of executive leadership development. We stay involved with many of the organizations that are very important to California education, the Association of California School Administrators, just to name one. But we do stay connected. And so we have not only a lot of opportunity for talking to people and finding potential applicants, we also have a subscriber list. So as soon as a position opening is posted on our website, it immediately gets sent out to 1,100 people. And those are people from throughout the United States that do subscribe to that. So we get initial interest from that, just that initial posting. Then we go to presentation of candidates. And this is the next time where the board is actively involved in that prior to your selecting the actual people that you will be interviewing, we would send you a view-only opportunity to look at all the applications that have come in. We do tier them on who we think most closely matches what you have said you are seeking in your next superintendent. However, that final decision is always the board's decision of who they want to interview. We typically recommend 4 to no more than 5 candidates for interview. So we try to narrow it at that point. It really does not get easier as you go forward with that. So the process actually starts and ends with the board. And then once the finalist is selected, then you can talk about a process for validation of the finalists and the information that you've learned, and then the negotiation of the contract, and you have your new superintendent. Anything I left out, Jackie or Dennis, that you'd like to add? Okay.
Good.
Next
Go
slide.
ahead.
Next slide, please. So you've heard a little bit about the executive leadership development services that we provide. And this really is, I think, the reason why we have one of the deepest pools of candidates that any board could ask for. It's because we have this large network of leadership development opportunities that really gets us in contact with aspiring superintendents who are looking for the next career opportunity for themselves. And we won't go through all of these, but I think you could see all of the various opportunities that we have throughout the state for interacting with those people who are looking for that next career opportunity as a superintendent in one of our great districts, such as yours. So that being said, I'd like to go to the next slide and just leave you with a few closing thoughts, if I may. So just as Sally said, this search not only begins and ends with you, but it is your search. It is personalized, and we do it your way. It's broad-based and it's high-tech, but it is what you want to see in the process that we use. It is all-inclusive. We don't have any hidden fees. We don't charge by the day. However many stakeholder groups you need us to see, those are the stakeholder groups that we will see. So you're not going to have any extra costs beyond what you see on our contract. One of the things that Dennis mentioned and probably didn't highlight quite enough is the importance of our full-time administrative support in the back office. This is going to be incredibly important for Cindy as she works in the scheduling and all of the postings that need to be done when you do a search. So having somebody that's there 24/7, and that's exactly the service that you're going to get, is really critical. And I think one of the things that is important to point out is that we really have an equity focus. 69% of the individuals that have been selected by leadership associates were women or people of color. This is, really important to us to look at things with an equity lens. And as you saw from what Dennis told you about our track record, we're an experienced firm and we have a very, very strong statewide as well as a national reach. Probably most important, at least I believe it is that we really are passionate and committed to getting every single school district the best leader that anyone could ask for. Leadership begins at the top, and it's so important for our students. So we are committed to making sure that that happens for you. Thank you.
Good.
Next slide, please.
And I think that's it. We're gonna we can shut the slideshow off if you like. And it was a quick overview, but we know the board received a full packet with all the background, and you've done a lot of research already. And as a matter of fact, we were working today on revising the timeline just based upon some of the efforts that you had this past few days to look at that. So we're here now to answer any questions and interact with you in any way that you feel appropriate.
Great, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Shelley?
I just have a comment. First of all, these are going to be really, really big shoes to fill. So, one thing that's really important to me, and I think our community, is the input that they have into this process. So our stakeholders, our staff, our parent community, and also our student voice. So those are going to be the things that I would like to see incorporated into this, because we have a very engaged community, generally very supportive, and we want to make sure that they're included. I want to make sure that they're included in this decision, in our consideration.
Absolutely. And the timeline too, you'll see we've blocked off several days to do that. And we'll want to, at some point in time early on, meet with the board to just talk more specifically, as you said, Mrs. Clark, about the kinds of groups that you'd like for us to meet with: principals, parents, students, PTA, DLAC, and confidentials, and that broad base of support. And then also the online survey. I think in a district like San Ramon, based on our past experience, we may get up to 1,000 to 1,500, maybe 2,000 responses on that online survey, which is another way to draw in community voice.
Thank you.
Great. Have you all had a chance to look at the revised timeline? Jesse,
And
did
then
you have a question?
are teachers and staff going to be able to have input as well?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it
Well,
looks like, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Miss.
Oh, I was just going to say that the way I understand the timeline, that we'll have, and it's currently scheduled for March 11th in the morning, that we'll have an initial meeting with you. The board will have an initial meeting. We'll be able to talk to you about the groups that we want to ensure that we have outreach with and those types of things. Is that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And teacher groups, classified, administrative, and both teachers at large and staff members at large, and then the executive team. There's like the CTA group or the local teacher association. So, it's really an important voice. And then we record those and take really diligent notes and provide that back to you. So you get a sense of how different groups are feeling about what they're looking for in a new superintendent also.
Thank you for mentioning that, Dennis, because we do an executive summary report where you will get all of that information back to you in a pretty thorough report about what various groups have said and what their interest would be and what they see as the strengths of your district and where they might see challenges before your district as well.
And in addition, the results of the survey. So that's also very informative to see what it is that your community at large is looking for and what challenges they see lie ahead.
Great, thank you. Do we want to, I think it's important that we nail down the timeline. We don't have to do it tonight, but maybe if we're unable to tonight, maybe we can make sure that we let Cindy know in the morning so that we can kind of get moving. Because I know that, and I appreciate it, leadership advisors. I appreciate you guys kind of shifting the timeline up a month. I think it's really important for us as a board and for our community to have things in place and be able to communicate that out in May so that there's a higher comfort level with the transition that will happen. So does anyone have any thoughts on?
I've checked all the dates. I would encourage us all to check them now because it's a lot easier to negotiate them if we're all
here
here rather than poor Cindy having to do that via text.
Yeah, I've checked them too, and they're fine with me.
The only issue I have is March 11th because I have a scheduled visit to San Ramon High School, so I don't know, we want to switch that to another day so that I can be here. Because it's in the morning also.
We can change that visit.
On which day? Sorry.
March 11th.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought that was the one though that you were saying wasn't working.
They're gonna move the.
Oh, they're gonna move it. Okay. Got it. Yep. That does work. I'm just trying to.
I can put two dates in April, the April 18th and the April 27th are probably critically important for you to check your availability.
Yeah, and just so you guys know that the 27th is a Saturday, that all-day meeting where we'll be doing interviews.
So that
which I
we just
appreciate.
have one interview date, right? We don't have a second one because in the past we've had a second day that followed the first day.
And we can talk, we've done it both ways. And so it'll really be up to the board. Oftentimes we'll do it on one day and have morning interviews and then bring back the finalists in the afternoon. And if the board decides they'd like to, have a second day to bring back the finalists, then that would probably be the following day, just for the candidates to be able to still be, in the area. And we can, at the March 11th, if that's the date, we can talk a little bit more about either 1 or 2 day interview process.
I really appreciated the second day in the past. It really kind of helps to go home and process it all. And, because we really are spending a lot of time with each other and listening. And then it's just different the second day. But
Yeah,
especially if we're talking about 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Interviews.
And usually that second day is you bringing back 2 individuals, so it's a half day. It's not a full day, but you're relaxed and you come back and have maybe a fresher look at things. And so that's definitely something we can build in if that's what you desire.
And any other thoughts, Susanna? How are you with those dates?
Yeah,
at least
I'm good with it.
Good. Okay. All right. So any other questions or comments?
Is there any thought? Is there any thought of another date next week that might work for
I think March 11th works. I think
it does.
decided. Yes, it does. Yes.
Well, oh, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Well, this is really helpful. I mean, you know how good Cindy is, but Sally and I were talking to her this afternoon and shuttling back and forth on these dates, and we rearranged this time frame based upon what your needs were. So we want to thank Cindy for that. But I think this is a good calendar. This is a great district. We're going to have outstanding candidates, and moving it up just a little bit, I think, actually improves the situation for bringing in quality individuals for you to consider.
Yeah, I would agree.
on the date on the 18th, it right now just says 3 hours. Do we want to look at honing in on a time, or do we want to just block the day, or how do we want to do that?
Maybe we can, on the March 11th meeting, we can figure out what time of day works for everyone. Yeah.
I'm gonna hold the day though.
All right. So I believe we need to take action. Action to approve. Can I get a motion?
I'll move.
I'll
that we,
second.
Accept this contract to work with the leadership associates in helping us select our next superintendent.
I second.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Clark. Roll call vote. Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Vanzi.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And thank you to all three of you. We're really looking forward to working with you and your support on this, this next journey for San Ramon Valley Unified School District. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
so much.
Right, so next we move on to informational items. 12.1, first reading of revisions to Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 0000 Vision. Oh, yes, yes. Can someone make a motion? 10 o'clock, probably only need 15 minutes, I would think.
I'll make a motion to extend time till 10:15.
Might as well make it like 10:30 just in case. We don't want to do it again.
Yeah, okay,
I don't
all
think we
Till 10:15. I mean, 10:30.
Are
I really
you-
want to
you
get out of
really-
here. You know?
you really
Just
yeah,
kidding.
to that one in.
I'm stuck on that one.
The second.
10:30.
The motion was made by Board Member Clark and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote. Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Vanzi.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, great. So 12.1. So that's, I have Christine Ordway. Is it you or is it Debbie? Because Debbie, it's a combination.
It's a combination of several of us, but it is the first reading of our vision policy. So we have several members from our Ed Services team along with a short presentation to share with you.
Good evening, trustees. I appreciate your time tonight. I am here to share some updates on board policy and administrative regulation 0000 that we are recommending tonight for the first read. And it really focuses on 0000, focuses on our larger vision for SRVUSD. So essentially what you see there in the board packet is really an update on this board policy in particular to integrate our 6 strategic directions of deep learning and innovation, social emotional well-being, equity, stewardship of resources, shared leadership, and cultural responsiveness, and our commitments that we've made to these strategic directions, in addition to our 5 learner profile competencies that we wanted to highlight along with our strategic directions in order to really indicate the alignment, the coherence across the system. And then, of course, we have administrative regulation 0000, and this is really, really important because it operationalizes our strategic intentions and does several things. It really turns them into tangible actions. There's guidelines. It addresses our key goals and commitments, particularly in the 3 areas that most impact our sites of the deep learning, the social emotional, and the equity, of course, on the foundation of those other 3 strategic directions. And an important component of that administrative regulation that we wanted to highlight was that we have 3 policies that are either in the process of being updated or created. Of course, one on grading and assessment that we discussed at a board workshop earlier. There's also one on the artificial intelligence and really integrating that and the use of that based on Director Hilton's presentation, I believe at the last board meeting, and how that will be integrated into our respectable use agreement. And then one having to do with equity, specifically the use of derogatory and hateful language. I'd, of course, be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
And if I could just add one thought, special thanks again to Christine, Debbie, and the whole Ed Services team who have done the significant heavy lifting and being sure that everything is ready for all of our board meetings, all of the reports, and all the strategic work. But I just want to emphasize something that Debbie said. Because you've given the direction and approved that direction, in one sense, it is a policy. However, when we started to think about other policies that are emerging, like Debbie put on that screen, they didn't have a home. And so that's where we realized that by, in essence, taking what you've already approved and creating policy around that, other policies for your consideration actually have a place to live. So they're not standalone sitting in the middle of nowhere that doesn't always make good sense to people when we're trying to implement them. So this is probably the first piece of work with other pieces of work to follow. But then even into the future, as new needs emerge and you request certain policies, if they're strategic in nature, they have a place to go. And that's what this is all about as well.
I really like this, and I think it's really important to memorialize in writing, in policy, the work over the last 4 years. It just makes it that much more solid and ties to the previous agenda item of what a new leader will be walking into, because, we'll be saying, this is what we want, this is what we're about.
So to clarify what you were saying, Dr. Moy, the new policy that those other policies would live in, is that under 0000 or is that under additional policies?
Any of the emerging policies that show ways in which we are fulfilling the broader strategic directions live here.
In
So
0000.
sometimes there'll be policies, sometimes there'll be regulations, sometimes they might even be, what's the word that we were using? Help me. Exhibits to explain kind of how we're doing certain things. But again, we started talking about grading and assessment, for example, and then we're thinking, if it just sits here, it actually doesn't show how things are coherent and how things are aligned. Because it's not just sitting out here, it's actually part of something bigger and greater. So to answer your question, this is where it would live.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Oh, guys, I'm probably gonna hate me. So, which is fine, but I do appreciate all the work on it because I look at the original document and I'm like, that's very vanilla. I mean, it was very stark, and it kind of could have been a little bit of a kind of cut and paste job from give me a generic vision policy statement. I have so many markups on this. Like there was, I would have liked to see a little bit more depth on the deep learning and innovation in comparison to some of the other categories that we have. Okay, instead of going through all my different markup notes, I guess my top line issue that I had with this was having a little bit more, and I see the difference of the kind of the ontological difference between what I view as a vision policy and the vision policy that was prepared, so I can appreciate the difference. This is so granular, and I get that that's helpful, but it's almost like an omnibus policy where it's like there's so many things shoved into here that there are certain lines where I'm like, oh, absolutely, I agree with that, and then there's other lines where I'm like, I feel pigeonholed as a board member with that. And that makes it more difficult for me to go, yeah, I adopt this. Whereas in my mind, it would be easier to have stewardship of resources as separate components that can be individually vetted. I don't even know if that's possible. Like, I get what we're trying to do here, but as I go through these, sometimes I'm like, I love that. That's interesting. I'm not sure why it's so specific there. It just feels like it's lifting a lot of weight to me.
Feels heavy.
It feels very heavy and very, like, I intentionally use the word omnibus, which it feels like this feels like a lot of policies all in one. And I get it's a vision statement, but
And it is an omnibus.
yeah.
And if there's something in there that you think is new, it's important for us to hear it because we actually did lift this from your already existing approvals. But we're not trying to revisit all of the words that are already present that you've already approved. So if it doesn't reflect what you believe you've already approved, that's what we need to hear. Because to us, there's nothing new, but it is an omnibus because it's restating formally what already exists through board motions. Because you approved the strategic directions 3-4 years ago. So in a sense, as I say, that is a policy, but it doesn't sit in our policy manual. And that's kind of what this step does. But nothing here should be new. And if you think something's new, name it. And then at the next meeting, because this is just first reading, we will bring back to you where you've already approved it. Or we might say, oh yeah, that's a good point. You didn't approve it this way. So that would be a very important thing for us to understand, because again, this is just first reading. This is coming back so that our community can also engage this. So let us know what you think might be new, and then we'll do our homework and either show you where it was or say, yeah, we need to refine that based upon what you historically approved.
And
So in those chunks that you have, can you just run through them?
yeah, I'll give some examples of them. I mean, like, so, as I go through here,
Can you tell us where you
again,
are so
yeah,
we
yeah,
can follow them up?
there's a lot in here that's good, but I'm going to give some examples. And some of my concern here, it's a little paranoid, but it's like, I don't want to sign on to something and then something happened that I'm like, I didn't approve that. It's like, oh yeah, you did. It's right here. So because it's so granular, it does provide a lot of that stuff. Um, Addressing microaggressions to name, interrupt, resolve, and educate. What is a microaggression? How do we define it?
So
What are-
that is
what are-
defined and we can bring that back at
Okay.
the next meeting. That's already defined in a number of your approved documents regarding, basically it means that members of our community experience the words or actions of others in a way that harms them, but the person providing that harm doesn't actually know it. And so we've been committed to the education around that. It's the intent versus impact direction that the board approved about 3 years ago, when we had the equity liaisons for that period of time to try to help us move that work forward. And then we did not continue with that position, but we still expected that the policy direction regarding intent versus impact would continue to be fulfilled.
Yeah. And I think that's where some of the disconnect is, because even though the the board, the big B board approved it, I'm new to the board. So it's some new policies. So that gives my first chance to provide input for it. Yeah, let me just try to find a few other ones here that jumped out at me. Stewardship of resources. This one jumped out at me. Ensure all resources are allocated in a way that ensures equitable outcomes for all students and remains aligned with the stewardship of resources strategic direction. Such resources include funding, personnel, facilities, technology, curriculum, and community partnerships. What is community partnerships?
Community partnerships. And when we talk about community partnerships, we're really talking about staff, students, and parents, caregivers, and members of the community.
Okay, so this would have nothing to do with stewardship of resources involving education foundation dollars or anything like that. Okay.
It's also important to note that the reason why we talk about an equitable allocation in a stewardship of resources section is, again, the board has been really clear about that's the commitment to access. Again, sometimes the terms might cause other people to react, but we have really clear language in our strategic directions that when you're speaking about equitable opportunities, it's about access to the learning opportunities that each and every student needs. That might be in a special education situation. That might be because of identity, culture, ethnicity. That might be because they have a learning need such as welding and carpentry that we didn't have a couple of years ago. So it's about that access for success.
Let's see. Yeah. I'm on page 311 of the packet, if that's helpful. At least it's 311. Is that the AR? Okay. And this is just where it kind of, rubber met the road, is a lot more granular detail on it. And my concern on that one is there's some in the community that are concerned about resource allocation and stewardship of that, and how that involves where money gets allocated and who defines where that is. And there was just so much language here that I'm like, I'm really actually unclear on. It's so much language that is like almost less clear for me.
So we could take that back, because I think, again, the language is simply, we're going to provide access for what kids need.
Yeah. And that's what it's like, in one sense, is like, that's almost more clear than it's, I appreciate the effort to even like further granulize it, but it's like, it actually almost opens it up more. This was another one, reflective curriculum. So I get with how we wrote this, that this statement, including like this last part that says this includes creating libraries using core novels that accurately reflect the diversity among student groups. Students and staff will not read aloud or repeat any racially derogatory terms written in text. So this almost comes back to me of, I'm wondering a little bit of like, chicken and the egg. It seems like we're going to be discussing books, but it seems like we're institutionalizing some pretty descriptive language on books and what we will permit. And that makes it harder for me to kind of go, I'm having a hard time giving like carte blanche approval or my carte blanche buy-in to something that's like that, where I get concerned of where's this gonna, you know, bite me with constituents who I'm representing in the future.
So
if
on
it's
that
so
one, we
broad.
can take back that the board's direction has been very clear that our resources need to reflect the diversity of our community, and we can end there.
Yeah.
The language in piece probably can come in that policy that we're working on.
Yeah.
And not in the omnibus, if I can use your term, because we have heard very clearly from our students.
Yeah.
That they want clarity around when certain language is used. I think I'm seeing nods because you've been in the rooms with me. When certain language is used, there seems to be almost not enough clarity that that's not acceptable. So we're actually working on, as Debbie shared a couple of slides ago, a policy specific to that. So we don't need to reference that in this particular one because it's actually coming in another one. It's actually pretty far along, but we felt that this needed to be completed first so we can clean that up. But again, I think that what we can do is take these ideas, go back to the already existing direction you've given, and potentially use fewer words and state it more clearly. Like I'm not going to wordsmith on the fly, but our resources, our curriculum, our materials will reflect the diversity of our community, because that's something that I think you've been pretty explicit about, as well as our staff too, for that matter.
Yeah, and I would hate though to see us watering down some of the work that we've done as well, just in order to simplify it. So.
Yeah, and that's why it was helpful to kind of understand what's the approach of this, seeing that it came from such a very small vanilla document where it didn't have a lot of depth into almost like a complete governing vision policy that has absolute granularity in how each step will take place. And it's just as like, yeah, there's it lifts a lot of things. It does some heavy lifting. So there was another thing, again, this is something that I've actually been meaning to bring up in meetings. It just wasn't the right place. And this is more of an open question. What I want in workforce equity, I think we all agree that we want diverse staff. We want our staff to, and I think Melanie's done a great job too, going above and beyond, reaching into recruiting areas to where we can actually kind of get outside the standard and the norm. And I think we've done a good job in that. And then on the flip side too, I just want to make it's an interesting thing we have to always be non-discriminating. And I get concerned sometimes when we put out like hiring quotas, when we have like that we're going to hire a certain amount of people from a certain group, and then how do we balance that with being non-discriminatory? And so I get concerned with some of these languages. I appreciate the hiring and promotion practices are non-discriminatory, but some of the things I just want to make sure that we're always steering clear of that guardrail when we put policies in place, because there have been, lawsuits where people, feel like, well, there was some sort of policy that said that they were going to only hire X. And that's why I didn't get offered the job.
Trustee Venzi, we don't think that's there, but do you see it there? Because we've never, ever spoken about quotas. You have never given us direction for quotas. All we've done is committed to our community, and especially our students, that we were going to do more, but more simply means when you look at the breakdown of our community and then you look at the breakdown of our staff, there is a significant gap that you've asked us to close, but we've never said 10% of this, 60% of that.
And I don't want to say hiring quotas, because quota is probably the incorrect term, but we have used goals and we have said percentage goals. It is stated as percentages of new workforce.
Yeah.
And so that is one thing that is like, I'm just, as a trustee for this board, is like, I want to avoid lawsuits at all costs.
So what I
also
can
don't
say
want
to
give
that
any sort of
is,
semblance of
when we
discrimination.
reach a point where we're closer to your direction, which we're very far apart, you might actually change your direction because the percentages are a bit more reflective. Right now, we are still hiring a larger number of staff that look like me. Just because we still are hiring the best we can hire while we're trying to throw that open net.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about improving by 3%, we are still nowhere near reflecting the diversity of our community. If we were to approach that, because I still think we're going to be needing to provide that net wide for all candidates, so we get the best candidates, you might actually shift your policy language. But for now, at this point, we're driving from the belief that you would like to see improvement there. And we're working with percentages that frankly, when we bring our board reports to you, this is where you do your work. You say, I'm concerned about that. And then we say, give us your direction. So that report came in October. And if you don't like what you see there, then you say, I don't like what I see there. You vote and you give a new direction. And if anything you vote then doesn't reflect whatever's in policy, then it's our job to say, okay, then we also need to change policy because you just gave us a new direction.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And my my trepidation on that is purely in the language and how it reflects into potential discrimination lawsuits. I don't want one on either side. And we do want that diversity of staff, and we want that to reflect our community. So it's just, sometimes I just get a little weary when I look at that. I'm like, okay, I just don't want this to come back and bite us. And I'm just
I
throwing it
think
out
it's
there.
important for us to mention that when we're in this space, what you're concerned about is valid, but there's also another concern where districts can be sued by the federal government
Yeah.
for not having certain representation. So I think it's your job to govern and our job to implement a balance. But at the end of the day, this vision policy is simply stating that you want us to work towards greater diversity that represents our community. It doesn't actually get into any other dynamics that would tie your hands or our hands until you say, all right, we've met that goal now, or you've met our direction. And so now we would like you to focus on X. And then if policy needs to change, we would do that.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that.
And if I may, I would
Yeah.
just like to add, I think the intention in terms of our presentations and updates to the boards with respect to the diversity goals is really with the intentions of overall trying to increase the diversity that reflects the student body within the district. And reporting to you the subsets of our diversity amongst our various employee groups. The intention is not to communicate that we're trying to identify specific areas of diversity and we're only looking for specific populations or things like that. It's just to give you an overall broad picture of how the diversity of our employees, how that mirrors or aligns with our student population. But if we need to kind of go back and revisit how the information is presented to you, so it doesn't create angst or levels of concerns, we're open to that as well.
And I think that that's what it is I get the intention, but I worry about sometimes how we communicate it in written language that can just be misconstrued. So that is something that, yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Okay.
And I know that that's your heart.
And I think it's also important for the board to reflect the voices of those who feel that we don't speak directly enough.
Yeah.
And that's part of the challenge of your job in giving direction to us, that you represent a diverse community. And sometimes our diverse communities are listening for certain language in order to hear that the district cares. And balancing that is a real challenge, that we listen closely to how the five of you vote or give directions so that we can actually capture that balance.
Well, and I think to this specific topic, really looking at the percentages, the demographics of our staff relative to the demographics of our student population, our community population, as opposed to the demographics of our staff today relative to the demographics of our staff last year, because then that puts it into the context of we're looking at this not to make sure that we hire a person of color over a Caucasian person, but we're doing this because the demographics of our community, actually the demographics of the United States, but, you know, represents this, and how do we ensure that our staff and our community, you know, our staff is reflected in that. So
President Brett, if I may, because of the hour, there's no reason why we can't bring this back 2 times.
Yeah.
So there's no worry about that. So maybe what we can do so that we're not having an important conversation at this late hour is if you have in closer read your own thoughts about what you see, call me. I will take the lead on this. And then we will work to see, and I'll be very careful that outside of the public eye, we're not having any one person making a decision for the others, but I will kind of take that information that you might have. And then where it seems like, yeah, we could actually do that without changing what we believe your direction is, we could do that. If we are nervous that we can't do that easily because of different views that we're aware of, we can bring that back to you. And if it takes us 2 more times so that we're not having this important conversation too late, that's a proposal.
And I like that because there's a lot of very like important stuff to go into our vision. And it's like, it's a lot of revision to kind of review for me. Just call it kind of all in one quick setting.
So if people are comfortable, just let me know as you look before the next meeting. Well, preferably sooner than later, so we can actually do a little bit of work before the next meeting. And then we can treat the next meeting as like a second reading. We'll do 3 this time and not take it as the final piece as well, so that the community can hear what you want to talk about, but at least we can put in front of you some things that might help the conversation, and then it can come back a 3rd time.
Yeah, so it's not so late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
all right, so that was informational. So we're good to moving on. So let's move on to administrative matters. So 14.1 board members reports. Trustee Hurd.
I'll be quick. I had office hours the other night, and it was very nice to talk to 2 different people. It's been handy because there's been students reaching out, and it's been really easy to say, oh, I have office hours, and that works for them too. So that was nice. I went to CSBA's annual education conference planning committee. It was like an all-day thing up in Sacramento. It was very well facilitated. It was kind of nice to go to, you know, an outside meeting that wasn't just sit and get. It was a lot of doing. And then on Friday, I sat through the whole California Association of Suburban School Districts meeting, and Stella joined me for part of it. It was all budget, and it was super depressing, but we heard from this group, and then we heard from this group, and then we heard from this group, and then they talked about each other, but it was very much all the same message. We're in trouble as a state, and we got to do some stuff, but you know, it was good to hear that. And then there was a little bit of fun stuff, but it was mostly just uber depressing. And I think that's it.
Can I ask a question about that meeting? Did they talk about any kind of appetite at the state level to whether it's raise the base or kind of shift how?
I brought up raise the base during the discussion at the very end, and Stella's like, go girl. A lot of it was about the same old things in the past of let us have more flexibility with the categorical funds, because you know the stuff that's left is ELOP and something else. So they were asking for flexibility there. They were asking to delay the staffing requirement on TK. There really wasn't any talk though about like a revenue enhancement kind of thing. But Stella's news of today that things look better was good news, because on Friday they weren't talking about that. Maybe they got the February numbers over the weekend. But yeah, I think it's really good that we're part of that group, and that niche of the school districts gets represented. It was interesting. Of course, Carl Cohn was the speaker, and then 2 folks from CSBA. And it was interesting how Carl kind of pushed on the whole social culture wars thing. And then CSBA was very explicit about how they have a whole lot of mixed perspectives of their member school boards. And so they really were more about threading the needle. And the big thing was about governance training, and that new trustees really need governance training. So that was the non-budget part of the meeting.
Awesome. I'll be super quick because there wasn't much that has happened between here and the last time I gave an update. I've got office hours next week. Look forward to a site visit next week with Dr. Malloy. And I'll just take a quick second of personal privilege. I missed my 9-year-old's birthday party tonight. And so shout out to Luke. You're a cool dude. I love you, buddy, and look forward to celebrating with you.
Nice.
I attended the PTA Founders Day celebration. And 4 of our students received scholarships for high school students, seniors. And one of them actually was one of my former students, so that was a nice surprise. Laura and I attended the updates with the city of San Ramon, and we heard some interesting things about the housing, and we're, looking forward to hope, maybe in the future getting some students, but then be careful about where the growth, right? In that, so where the growth will be and where the growth will not be. So it was interesting. Thank you, Quail Run Elementary, for the Lunar New Year celebration. I stopped for that and their Mandarin class and all the volunteers, and it was fabulous. And just looking forward to the GSA Board Summit next week. Thanks.
So did a site visit to Iron Horse, and I've never seen so many happy kids. I mean, they were genuinely happy. It was intoxicating. It reminds me of why I do what I do. It was really great. They lifted my morale. Jesse and I did the town of Danville liaison meeting and got an update on what the town's doing. And we all attended the Servia Al Costa breakfast. Thank you. Shout out to Laura and Melinda for inviting us. It was really, really nice to all be together. And we were one of the few districts that had all of our trustees there. So that's speaks well of us, I think. I had office hours this last week and met with a group of teachers and two sets of parents, and then I met a parent in person, and those were all very informative. And I was at the Student Senate yesterday and talked to the kids about what they would like to see in a new superintendent. And that was informational, and they sent their love and regret that you're leaving. So they're really, really great students. And that's about it for me.
So I had the opportunity to welcome everyone to the AI Unlocked presentation with PTSA. I think that was last week. It's such a time warp these days. And I just wanted to thank the PTSA as well as Kelly Hilton and Kyle Costa Manga and Jenny Hanau. They did an amazing job. I think it was NBC News was there, one of the news channels was there, and they interviewed Kyle, and it was a really interesting and informative presentation. So it was live streamed, so it is on the YouTube channel if anyone missed it. I had, as Anya mentioned, I had a great meeting with her, and we talked about the new student board member recruitment process and how to kind of make sure that all students, all secondary students, well, all high school students, and then potentially 8th grade students incoming to 9th grade have an opportunity to vote, to rise up those top 5 that then come to the ad hoc committee with the board and administration. And then also we talked about ways to further center student voice within our meetings. And so there's some great ideas that we're bouncing around, and I've talked to Dr. Malloy about. So I'm just bringing in their voices, I think is really important more. I have a talk with a trustee and I think it's 2 weeks from Friday on the 22nd. Dr. Malloy had mentioned some of the restorative circles, and I was able to participate in one at Monte Vista on Thursday or Friday. And it was just really powerful. And without going into details, I just want to thank Kong and the president of the NAACP, Freddie Davis, who, I mean, the facilitation was wonderful. And our students they're so thoughtful, empathetic. willing to hear others, and it was an honest and it was a powerful experience. And I'm really grateful for our community for allowing our students to be able to have those conversations, because they're very valuable for everyone involved. I stopped by SLAM at Doherty Valley. Those programs are always wonderful, and that was great to do. And then just to touch on some of the stuff with the city. So the Bollinger Canyon Bridge is now projected to be finished. The walkway is now projected to be finished the end of 2024. So hopefully by the start of the spring semester next year, those Iron Horse kids and those Cal kids will be able to kind of walk back and forth in a more safe way without all that construction, and us drivers will have an easier path down to the target. And then lastly, I just want to shout out some of the teams that are moving on, and some that have done a really great job at some of the state level playoffs. I went to the last two Doherty Valley men's soccer games. They had a tough loss it was Saturday. Both games were wet. But they played really hard, and students were there, and the passion around school spirit is pretty amazing to watch. So it was great. So with that,